Today is Thursday, May 25, 2023. It is approximately 6:33 p.m. If you wish to speak on any item on this agenda, please complete a public comment card and provide it to planning and zoning staff. Cards must be submitted prior to board discussion of an item. Thank you. Bow our heads for a moment of silence, please. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone here. Great public outcome here with everybody here. We are going to have decorum tonight. I know not everybody is going to agree with the presenters or the speakers tonight, but please hold your comments until you address the dais via the podium. And again, please make sure our staff has a comment card for the section you would like to talk on. And when you approach the podium, please state your full name and your address. Anybody that speaks, full name and address for the record. Thank you. Can we have a roll call, Ms. Davidson?
Present.
Here.
Present.
Present.
Present. Thank you. Do we have any acknowledgement of board member absence notification? And I believe Ms. Burgess had a family emergency as well. Ms. Davidson, I believe Ms. Burgess had a family emergency as well. Okay. Any additions, deletions to the agenda? Any disclosure by board members? Move for the adoption of the agenda.
So move.
Second.
Yes.
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 Yes. Now we move on to the approval of the April 27th, 2023 Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second. Yes.
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd,
Yes.
William Wiley,
Yes.
Frank Fernandez.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to section 7, new business.
Item 7A, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving site plan application number SP 210017 and plat application number PA 2104 from JS Family Holdings Incorporated, Gerald Properties LLC, and Fish House Properties LLC. The applicant, to allow a marine facility featuring a warehouse, storage, office, and retail uses. The subject project is plus minus 3.32 acres and is located between East 16th Street to the north, East 14th Street to the south, Avenue C to the east, and Broadway to the west, in the downtown core zoning district with a downtown mixed-use DMU land use designation, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we have one public comment card for this item. Public comments for this item is now closed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm Kurt Thompson, Principal Planner for the City of Riviera Beach, and I will be presenting this case before you this evening. What you have here in the overhead projection is the project location map showing the subject property. The applicant is requesting approval of a site plan and plat approval to allow for a marine facility featuring general industrial warehouse, storage, office, and retail use. The above company, well, the company that owns this is the Viking Yacht Company. The subject property is vacant. At this time, there are approximately 21 parcels. So I had to put that on a separate sheet, which you all have. The lot size is plus or minus 3.32 acres or plus or minus 144,619 square feet. The zoning is downtown core district and the future land use is downtown mixed use. What you have here now on the overhead is the proposed site plan. To the south is a 105 parking lot area for the subject property. And on the subject property, which is just north of 15th, as you see there, is Building A and Building B. Building A contains a lot of the retail, office, showrooms, and things of that nature. On the second floor, there will be offices in the second floor of Building A. Building B is the building just east of Building A, which is essentially a warehouse where they'll be doing light types of repairs and some light mechanical work, but nothing heavy duty like you would see, well, like you see what we see in Safe Harbor Rival Beach. Here's the landscape plan. As you see here, we try to make sure that there's enough landscaping along the Broadway corridor to provide adequate screening for the subject property and to screen for pedestrians either driving or walking. Here you have a proposed elevation of the subject property. You see on this elevation, the east elevation and the north elevation. The north elevation, as you can tell, is where the showroom is, and you see to the left there an opening, which is like an outdoor display area. Moving forward, you have now on the next side, which is the south elevation, the west elevation, and then you have the showroom at the very bottom. Again, it's pretty straightforward. There is, I think Mr. Gentile is here along with the other gentleman is going to be making a presentation and can talk about the colors of the building and some of the architecture. But the intent here is to have it look like an office area in the front and have the warehouse in the back. This office area is to screen the warehouse from the street, because in the downtown mixed use, we're trying to encourage office, retail types of uses, and then semi-warehouse or semi-uses such as a warehouse is in the back, and the building in the front provides screening for it to reduce any adverse impact in terms of any negative impact to the eye. Okay, staff's review the application. According to section 3157 of the city zoning code, which is the site plan section, the intent here is to ascertain if the proposed new development is in conformity with the comprehensive plan, it's not detrimental to the neighboring land use, that is an efficient pedestrian vehicle traffic system, which will include proper means for ingress and egress to the streets, is provided for, and that the proposed project shall be a viable addition to the community. As you saw back here, I'll use the landscape plan. As you saw here, the parking area to the south is separated and there's easy access off the middle street there in and out of the site. We're not allowing, and there's not being provided any on-street parking. All of it is off-site There are 21 spaces that will be provided to the site to the north and 105 spaces provided to the south, for the site to the south.
Excuse me, could you provide some reference as to what you're doing? I'll be honest, I'm looking at it. And I don't-
Okay, thank you, ma'am. What you have to the left is Broadway, is the Broadway corridor. And what you have to the north is
Peanut, sorry, she doesn't.
is 16th Street. That middle street separating in two lots is 15th Street, and then south of the parking area is 14th.
Mouse up there.
Okay. Is that clear for everybody now? Okay, good.
You have the pointer so we can see on there a little better what you're pointing to? The color? No?
You have a pointer? We don't have a pointer.
Okay.
But I'll make sure we'll have one at the next meeting. Okay, so as I was going back, well, let me go back to the site plan quickly here, Mr. Chairman and board members. Here's the landscape plan. So this is where, as I was saying, well, most of the parking will be for the parking lot just to the south there of 15th Street. 16th Street is to the north, and to the west is the Broadway corridor. And along Broadway, we have enough landscape buffering to try to reduce any adverse impact in terms of site visibility. Again, I just went over briefly the project elevations. And let me continue on with the discussion about the review of the application. As I said, there will be no impact, no adverse impact in terms of the neighboring land uses because these streets, Broadway, 14th, 15th, and 16th Street act as buffers, and most of the residential use is on the west side of Broadway. And where this site is, you have commercial uses north of this site and to the south. So we believe that with enough landscape buffering, that we can minimize any adverse impact with the use of that landscaping. So I've already explained building A, but let me just briefly, I'll be brief here. The two components for building A is sales and service. The sales portion of the building will function as the sales center showroom for prospective clients interested in the purchase of the Viking affiliated vessels. The first floor will be comprised mainly of showroom and office space for the clients of Ahala representatives to discuss customization options with their clients. The first floor totals just over 12,000 square feet. On the second floor is roughly 2,800 square feet of outdoor storage, covered and uncovered, and there will be an extension of the building where it is the owner's intent to feature some of the Valhalla brands along the Broadway Boulevard corridor. That's why I was speaking of that right there to your left there at the bottom display is the display area. I want to be very careful and thorough in this. Okay, so finally, the service portion of the building, or service/storage area in the back, is being proposed to handle things like service parts and any minor servicing that will be required by the applicant's customers. And then, as I said, there is a parking lot just to the south of East 15th Street to be utilized as off-site parking. Okay. And as I said, Building B, more specifically, is a 3-story warehouse being utilized as support to the proposed service area. This building will contain specific parts that would be needed to service all models of the Viking line, of Valhalla and Viking line. The building will contain a small office space for the use of a foreman who will oversee the warehouse operations. As I said, that will handle minor repairs, etc. And then, of course, the parking area, which is to the south, as I showed you on the presentation, I mean, on the previous slide. In the comprehensive plan, in the future land use element, objective 1.8.1, mixed use downtown, mixed use area, the land use map is like the comp plan in a map version, in a geographical version. So anytime you see the land use map, you're looking at the comprehensive plan. It's just that it's in a geographical version. Whereas in the comp plan, you see text here with the land use map, you see it in a geographical form and how it's being implemented. Staff has determined that given this category provides for a wide range of uses, including retail, commercial, residential, restaurant, entertainment, civic parks, marinas, and boardwalks. I underline retail and commercial because that's primarily what is being represented by the Viking Sales Center. There's going to be some minor repairs, therefore, in the building B, but for the most part, that is where, in building A is where all of the work will be done. Office and retail represents 46% of this project. Warehousing and storage is 33%, and the industrial minor repairs represents approximately 21% of the work that will be taking place on this property. And as I said here, the proposed use is compatible with this objective. The hearing was properly noticed according to state law and city regulations. And we didn't have any, as far as I know, we didn't receive any input either for or against the project. So it's basically a zero at this point. There may be people here in the audience that may speak either for or against it. I only request, Mr. Chairman and board members, that you hold your questions until after the applicant has had a chance to make his presentation. And then I think at that point, you should have a pretty full idea of what the nature of this project is about.
Yeah, for the record, we always hold off comments until our city team makes their presentation, the applicant makes their presentation, so we get the story, and then we allow for our community
Thank you, I
to speak.
appreciate that.
So the staff recommendation on this is you're recommending this, is that correct?
That is correct. This is the last part, I'm getting to it.
Okay, cool.
Okay. The staff is recommending approval of this application to the planning board, and that you recommend to the city council that you approve it based upon these 4 points. The first one is that the proposal is consistent with the intent. That's not correct. Special exception. It is consistent with the intent of section 31-57, which is the site plan section of the zoning code. The proposal is consistent with the future land use element, which is objective 1.8.1, which I showed you. The applicant is proposing a complete build out as around 2026, although I believe that they will probably beat that a little bit by a couple of years, and I think someone will be here to explain that. And then lastly, there are site plan conditions of approval that will eliminate any adverse impact to the surrounding area, and in particularly to any citizens or pedestrians. So that concludes staff's presentation. The applicant has a representative here to make a presentation from their side, and then we'll try to be available for any questions. But at this point in time, this is staff's presentation, and I'd like to turn it over to their
Could you clarify 2026 is when they're proposing this build out? Or don't we have that 18-month rule?
right. They are aware of that 18-month rule, and that's why they'll have them to speak out, to speak on that, because they are aware that we have that 18-month rule. And,
You'll address that? Okay,
and they'll address
perfect.
that. Yep.
Thank you.
Because we had that situation prior in a prior application, as you're aware of. And they are aware that they need to address that, because we had the 18-month build out, otherwise they would lose the approval.
Correct.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is George Gentile. I'm the president of 2GHO Inc., Landscape Architects and Planners. And we're here tonight to show you the, that's the. Thank you. It's the other one.
Is there something we should know?
No. This is our.
Are you guys merging?
It's the second project. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we have two actual applications here, and I noticed that Kurt is going over both at the same time, so we'll go ahead and do the same thing, but we'd like to go through the plat process as well as the platting as well as the site plan approval. And I think that when we get our color site plan up, the audience will be able to get a little bit better picture of where this is located. And so we've been very fortunate to work on this project. We've been a long time coming here to you with it, and we're hoping to get it done. And I'm hoping to get it done so that I can get my boat serviced here, my small boat, 23 foot. That's all. So, but anyway. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Dan Simpson from my office. He's the senior project manager on this. He's going to come up and give you a presentation on both the plat and the site plan, and then I'm going to come back and finish it off with the conclusion. And we have one condition we'd like to discuss with you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Chair. My name is Dan Simpson, as George mentioned. I'm the senior project manager for the Viking Sales and Service Center, Valhalla Boat Sales. As George mentioned, and Kurt put the two companion applications together. We have separate applications, so I'm going to run through them, and then we'll be able to address any other comments or questions by bringing up the slides. So we'll start out with the replat of the lots, as Kurt had mentioned. Which isn't working. Oh, we gotta go back up here. Okay, here we go. So here's the request. So the request is the replat of blocks 8 and 9 of the recorded Inlet Grove plat. That was the original plat for the area. Block 8, lots 3 and 4, and lots 6 through 17. Block 9 is lots 7 through 9, lots 12, 14, lots 15, and 17. And this will become clearer when we get the graphic up there. As I mentioned before, this request is a companion to the site plan. Here on the right, you can see this is the original Inlet Grove plat for the area. And on the left is in the red lines is the configuration of the two parcels that'll be, the lots will be combined to create these two parcels to create the project. This is the northern area of the project. This will be where the main component of the project is with the structures that Kurt had mentioned. And then the other lot to the south of 15th Street, that'll contain the majority of the parking for the project. In conclusion, for the plat, the proposed plat combines the small and narrow lots for the purpose of yielding a marine facility. The plat also provides for necessary easements, access needed to provide efficient development. So I'm going to move on to the site plan application as well, but we can address all the questions from both projects. If I can get the other presentation up, it's got the big cool graphic on the front. That's the one. So this is an artist rendition of the facility as proposed. This is looking into the facility. This would be looking southeast at the front of the facility off of Broadway as you approach southbound. You'll see it's got an awesome street presence there. You've got the boats on display out front. Not your typical dealership that you see along Broadway right now where it's just a fence with boats thrown at the front. It's very appealing. The application is the requested site plan approval for the redevelopment portion of the Broadway Avenue corridor, state-of-the-art marine facility companion to the replat, as I just mentioned before. Project will include the industrial warehouse, storage, office, and retail space. I'd like to mention that all these uses are permitted in the downtown core zoning district. Little history or information regarding Viking and Riviera Beach. As most of you know, is a long history within the city of Riviera Beach, owns several property within the city. They don't just do marine facilities, they've done residential projects throughout as well. Original service yard opened in 2002, I believe, and the Vikings referred to as the Viking Service Center. That's the one that's right there on the water, with the big blue roof on top there, if you see it from an aerial. Owner has worked through the years to assemble these subject properties, really to, for their future vision for this project to come through. Here's an aerial representation. So the yellow lines represent the boundary of the project. You can see Broadway is the main north-south corridor there. The blue top building you see to the right of the yellow is their existing service center. We've got Lockheed Martin to the north. As I mentioned, the existing service center, Bicentennial Park, and the Marine Event Center where we're at today. As mentioned before, we know where the location is, along Broadway Avenue between East 16th and East 14th Streets. It's within the city of Riviera Beach CRA. It consists of the facility site, which is the north parcels, as I mentioned, and the parking site to the south. Quick synopsis of the facility site. Primary function is for the Valhalla boat sales. That's what you'll see on the front on Broadway. There'll be offices interior to the display area. There's interior display and there's some exterior display, and then sort of a hybrid where it can be opened up. Building A is a two-story building, consists of sales, showroom, service area component, and the outdoor display. And the building B is set in the back along Avenue C, which is the three-story warehouse to support the proposed sales and service center. And then the site to the south is the south of East 15th Street, will be utilized for the off-street parking. Here's the site as it exists today. The vacant parcels, some of the parcels have some transient use, but after the project is built, you'll see that combined with the buildings, you've got the lush landscape around the perimeters, as well as on the interior of the site. Quick rundown the land use. As Kurt mentioned, is downtown mixed use. Zoning is downtown core and downtown marine. Total site is 3.32 acres. Of the mixes of the use, office and retail is 20,661. Warehouse and storage about 15,000. Industrial is 9,234. We call it industrial, but it's the service area of the facility. Total of 44,893 square feet. 25% of the site is open space, and the required parking for the project is 104. Based upon the calculations, it's not really accurate for the actual use, but the code is the code, and we've provided 105 spaces. There were much more in terms of the parking, but in working with staff, we wanted to pull that parking in the south lot away from Broadway to give it a more green look along the Broadway corridor. The architecture, as you saw on the first slide, contemporary, mid-modern, clean, simple design, evokes progress, established itself an example for future redevelopment of the Broadway Avenue corridor. Here you'll see this is looking southeast or northeast, I'm sorry, and this is the what sort of be an indoor-outdoor display. All these windows, doors on the bottom section there actually open up, either an accordion fashion or roll-up doors. This allows them, one, to get the boats in and out of the building, but also gives it that open feel on the road there. Here's another rendition. If you were walking along the sidewalk as you approach the building, you've got, clean, modern design right on the road there. You've got the boats displayed out front. Some of the boats will be displayed outside whereas they'll have other display on the inside. So proposed project, talking about consistency with the city policies. Project provides for a wide range of services, including retail, commercial, industrial uses. Policy 1.8.1 in comp plan. Adds development to the commercial center of the downtown Riviera Beach, enhances adjacent streets, and ensures public access to the waterfront. We'll talk about that in terms of the improvements along 15th Street in just a few minutes. The proposed development will link industry with education and marine-related research in the ocean. Viking does have some partnerships within the area. They've stalled due to some COVID, but they do reach out to local education facilities. Viking is a community investment. Viking strives to further educational opportunities in the maritime industry by providing abilities to train and advance interested individuals in sales and marketing. So this is gearing towards that vision plan that the CRA has for this area. The current activities performed by Viking available Riviera Beach residents, internship opportunities, advisory committee for marine technology program, establish relationships with higher education institutions, tours, free apprenticeships for marine aviation industries, and then plans to work with Inlet Grove High School's Marine Services Technology program. As I mentioned, that's been delayed right now. CRA, we've been working very heavily with the CRA to have a project that's beneficial to the city in terms of the CRA's vision plan. And with that, the applicant has agreed to create and install 6-foot pedestrian pathways on both sides of 15th Street. 15th bisects your Bicentennial Park, so this is sort of being an entry corridor into that. There'll be street trees along 15th Street. If you've ever been down there recently, currently the applicant Viking already plants their facilities very nicely. They've got some trees in there. It's got a really nice cohesive look. In addition to that, the CRA asked they provided a decorative trellis feature along Broadway in that parking facility or the parking lot site. So we moved the parking away. We put a decorative trellis feature along there that'll be planted. In addition to that, the city has requested that they install a standard bus shelter along Broadway and maintain that bus shelter. I'm going to have George come up. The applicant agrees to the conditions, but there was one minor addition.
Thank you, Dan. We agree to all the conditions. However, we would respectfully request that the Planning Commission forward on a minor modification to condition number 7. The condition read that the bus shelter needed to be completed with 8 months of the approval of the project. We'd like to do all the construction at one time, so we would ask that that condition be modified to allow it to be completed at the time prior to the CO of the project. That way the construction will be done concurrently. We won't have construction being done. It's going to take a little bit of time to get the permits and get construction drawings done on the project. So the 8-month period may or may not be work for the construction of the overall project. So we're just asking the commission to consider that. Okay. So the request seeks the redevelopment, the 2 vacant areas. We will be going to the CRA with this project. However, as Dan said, we've been meeting with them to work out some of the items that they wanted us to incorporate into the project. They feature along Broadway, which moves the parking to the back, puts a trellis and landscape buffer area that's fronting Broadway. All the uses are permitted by right in this district. We're not asking for any special exception or any waivers on this. And we appreciate working with the staff, and they're recommending approval and has CRA support, which we will go get final support from the CRA. So with that, what's that? Oh, yes. There was a question about the 2026 completion. That is the that is the date that's put in the traffic letter, the TPS letter from Palm Beach County. So we included that in there. The permits have to be issued before that date, and that's just a permit date. I will tell you that the client is wanting to get this done as quickly as possible. Okay, so it is not that's just your build out date. That's a requirement of the Palm Beach County transportation letter. Okay. And with that, we'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Before we move on to any questions we might have of you, can I get our city team to explain the condition that they threw up on the board here, on the graph up here? What condition, and is the team amenable to that condition? Mr. Sermons, or?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can answer that one. Staff was made aware of that request to amend the language on the related to the bus shelter. Staff is not supportive of that at this time. We do believe that the implementation of shelters for bus riders and transportation mobility is an important factor, and we want to have that at the front end of this project before certificate of completion could potentially be a year or more out. And that is the standard language that we have been putting on projects that are near bus stops or around the city, and we would like to be consistent with that.
Would the applicant be amenable to not to amend the language you instituted and follow Mr. Sermon's recommendation?
Well,
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I will submit some clarification language. The intent of that is 8 months from the issuance of building permit.
that would
So
be very, very helpful. Yes,
Okay.
that would be great.
Okay.
No problem with that.
Okay, we can work with amending the condition to read 8 months from issuance of the first building permit that the bus shelter should be in place.
Okay.
Great. That would help us. Thank you.
Before we go, any questions from the board real quick? Did you go over, this board had a jobs criteria, vendors list 6 months after the CO. Did you go over that with the applicant to make sure they could abide by that? It's basically, once the CO has been issued within 6 months after, we get a report back as to jobs created, hired, in order to see what the impact is for Riviera Beach.
Mr. Chair, I understand that that's a standard requirement from the
Okay.
city, and we will certainly meet that requirement to provide you with that data.
Excellent,
Yeah.
just asking.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to start with the board first, and we'll ask
Chair?
the questions. Yes,
We have a public comment card from Mr. Gerald Ward.
okay. Mr. Ward?
Good evening, Gerald Ward, 2135 Broadway, here in the great city of Riviera Beach. Unfortunately, I have been involved in this company since 9 May 1999. I represented the seller of the first waterfront and adjacent properties at Old Slip Road. Old Slip was the first of the commissioning yard and work yard of Viking, which they now are desiring a Viking sales and service center. I think you need to support this. However, there's always devils in the details. And I would like you to ask, as part of the board's duties, issues in relation to buffers and so forth. I also would comment that the successor items tonight do not seem to comply with what is shown on the plans for this. Broadway was supposed in our charrettes to be a very friendly, nice place. The obvious recommendations and supposed commitments for pedestrian ways adjacent 15th Street, trees on 15th Street, the fact that 15th Street is not being abandoned, however, there's major works on both sides of 15th Street, needs to be given due credit, because it shows how planning can work, and the city's transportation system, the roadways, can be preserved for both pedestrians and vehicles. In relation to the corner of Avenue C and 15th Street, there is a residential property. And if you look at the internal circulation, there is access double lane from 16th Street at the northeast corner of the main parcel, and at the southeast corner of the same parcel, access to 15th Street. There is a one-way in to the west roadway adjacent north of the residential parcel. If you look at landscape sheet PLF-1 in your packet, that is at such scale that I can't determine whether the buffer to the residential is adequate or not. I suggest that the landscape architect discuss what is really on that sheet. Unfortunately, staff combined this project of 200 and some pages with a 600 some page follow-on project, and most of us can't print in PDF with 40 pages worth of material. So I have not been able to print the agenda tonight, which is a real problem. And besides, when you look at it at the back, it's in 8.5 by 11 format, so my eyes are still not good enough to read it. So let's close by saying that there is a good reason for site plan approval. There is questions to say that the buffers with residential within the project need to be analyzed. And lastly, seldom have we ever combined plats with site plan approval. We have a separate agenda item, and I think Mr. Gentile did raise that issue to make sure that we keep the two issues separate in process and procedure. So
Thank you, sir. Ms. Davis, anybody else for A?
No, sir.
Okay. We now go to the board for questions. Before we go to the board, Mr. Gentile, could we answer some of the questions Mr. Ward had on the buffer, please? And if you could bring it up on there so we can see it, we'd appreciate it. And then we'll go on to the board.
I'm going to go to the site plan. Oops. Well, I can't point to it. The main road that you see going between the parking lot to the south and the orange colored buildings that are depicted in the graphic, you'll see on the south where the right side of the upper portion of the project is the residential lot that Mr. Ward was asking about. We've worked with your staff on that. All the buffers against residential will have a wall for noise abatement and anything else, and also landscaping, trees and shrubs in that landscape buffer. And you can see it, it's depicted in the graphic there. And then you can also see the landscape materials that are going down 15th Street on both sides with the new sidewalks. Okay?
Thank you. Ms. Shepherd?
The chair, would you make me last, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Gentile, someone mentioned the improvements to sidewalks. Will anything be done to the roads itself? The roadway?
Just, would you repeat the last portion of that?
Are you going to improve the roadway also?
Yes, the 15th Street is going to be improved, as well as with new sidewalks and the new landscaping in that roadway. We're working with the CRA on that together. Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I will add that in the condition related to 15th Street, they have agreed to reconstruct the street with landscaping and sidewalks, but to also partner with the CRA so that the street furniture, the light fixtures and benches would match what is in the city's Bicentennial Park and the Marina Village, so that that street creates kind of a gateway promenade leading to Bicentennial Park. And we do believe that that is an amenity to the project and it is part of their civic open space requirement.
Thank you.
I also have some amendments to the plat. So surveyor needs to look at that.
Yes, we are, there was a few small items that need to be taken care of, and they are.
Yes, I'll pass it on to staff.
Yes, thank you.
Drainage. Have we discussed working on drainage in the area?
On this project, our city engineer has reviewed it and is satisfied with the proposed for drainage. So there is no anticipation of adverse effects related to stormwater runoff from this project.
Mr. Gentile, have your engineers also looked at it for flooding and make
Yes.
sure we have enough drainage to absorb this project?
This project is going to be meeting all the requirements of your city engineer as well as South Florida Water Management District. And I do know that I was at the site today after the light rain we had. That will be taken care of on these sites in that area.
Is that part of their agreement that we have? They'll take care of the drainage?
We have to.
I'm sorry, one more time, Mr. Chair.
That's something that they will handle as part of the project. Is that in the agreement? Handling the drainage infrastructure upgrades?
Yeah, it's a requirement for them to get to the point of presenting this project that they have proved that they can satisfy drainage requirements. When they get to the permit stage, they have to provide even more detail as well as the permit from the South Florida Water Management District.
Right.
But yes, to this point, they have satisfied the city's review in terms of what must be provided for drainage capacity.
As you know, my view and our board's view, if the applicant pays for the project, it doesn't come out of the city coffers. So I would rather them agree to whatever they need to agree to handle it than rather having the city pick up the tab for any drainage, any road work or anything else. Mr. Wiley?
Well, I know we don't have a pointer here. I was kind of wanted to see again, particularly where the parking was going to be at for the area. Was it going to be on the inside or the outside?
You see the buildings on the north side of 15th Street, which is the center street.
Correct.
There's a few spaces over there, but the majority of them are on the south side of 15th Street. They will be there'll be off-street parking spaces there. Okay.
What will be the expectation of the amount of, because from last meeting, we talked about the school, we talked about the certain population that you'll have there. Will you have adequate parking for your facility and for use of your facility without it being a complication to the surrounding areas?
We absolutely think we have enough parking, and actually working with your staff, as Dan said earlier, you see to the left-hand side towards Broadway of that parking lot, we had actually additional parking there, and we took that out because we didn't feel we needed any additional parking, and we made that a green area along US 1 to enhance the US 1 corridor. So I kind of use the analogy that I know that my client's not going to be happy, but I don't go buy a boat every week like I go to Publix. Okay, so we will have sales there, but it's not like it's a retail store. They will have employees that have plenty of parking for their employees for these facilities. And there is also some parking at the service area.
Okay, I just wanted to ensure that since we're so close to the Broadway corridor, that we won't have any interference there or any traffic violations or any kind of infractions there within that area, and also not affecting the community to the north.
Right.
Also,
we don't anticipate any problems with the parking for this facility at all. So.
One quick question. Have you done an economic impact analysis to give us an idea how much you're going to be bringing into Riviera Beach via jobs, local hire, tax ratables? You guys done an economic impact?
Well, it's certainly going to be a bigger economic benefit to the city once it's improved. The taxes are going to be a lot higher because of the cost of this project, which will be in several millions of dollars. Their revenue sales for boats here, you'll receive your share of those revenue taxes that are paid for the boats. Right now, there's not much happening on this site except the property valuation that the property appraiser has with no evaluation. We have not done a specific valuation but we can assure the city that it will be certainly a lot better than it is today. Yeah.
Go.
I drove by that area yesterday, and I noticed that there is a old house there and some apartments on the other side. What's happening with those areas that's there?
Mr. Guyton, are you talking about the property that is to the bottom of the parking lot area, that old structure that's there, the beverage outlet?
There's an old structure there. It looks like I seen some boats or something parked in that area. Also, an old house and some
I'm
apartments.
not sure where you're talking about. Is it on the north piece?
It's on with the pointer go up to the building in the back there. Yeah, isn't there a house back there? And some apartments on the side also?
Yeah.
There is where the property dips in the middle. There is a residential structure out there, and it's a rental structure there. And it'll be maintained as that, but we'll have a wall around that to protect it from any adverse sound or anything like that. Yeah, and there'll be landscaped as well.
Okay, and what's gonna be done to protect that property while the construction is going on?
Well, it's currently fenced right now. I'd imagine that fence will remain until such time that they install the wall.
Okay, also with the boats that you have out front, during hurricane season or when we have a hurricane, which I'm sure we're gonna have one sooner or later, what happens to those boats that you have out front?
They'll be stored inside the buildings that are there. They'll be protected. They
Also,
will not be out there in the storm event.
also the bigger yachts that are in the back, I've noticed that's in the area now. What happens to those boats when we do get a bad storm?
Are you talking about the Viking Service Center in the
Yes.
back?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I'll have Mr. Healy, who is here,
Somewhere.
the owner of Viking, and have him go ahead and tell you.
And the reason I'm bringing this up, because I don't want to see what happened in the last storm where the boats ended up in people's yard, they ended up on the highway, and I can just see Broadway full of it.
Well, certainly the boats that are in this service center toward Broadway will be stored inside. That won't happen. The larger yachts, I'm going to let Mr. Healy go ahead.
Pat Healy, Viking Yacht CEO and President. Been here, was actually met with John Sprague and bought the marina from John 23 or 4 years ago, Old Slip Marina. And my life has been down here and New Jersey back and forth. We have a hurricane plan, hurricane policy. If you go to our facility, in the concrete is molly bolts. So all the way around the whole place. So a boat has a landslip. In that landslip, the boat sits. We have straps that go around the boats, and then they're attached into the concrete and lash down. So the boats, and then there's one boat in the travel lift that's in the front. So all the boats go in, they're all lashed down. They can't go anywhere. The water could come up. They're not going to break the straps. They're not going to pull the molly bolts out of the concrete. That concrete's 13 inches thick on that pad. So that is, we've been through in the 22 years, quite a few of the storms. We had one boat small boat rocked on it. A Boston whaler was on the bow deck on camera because of the straps. That boat rocked, but those straps held that boat on its jack stands. They're all on jack stands. And this is the appropriate way of doing a boat. and storing for a hurricane. We do not leave any boats in the water. Everything comes out of the water, and we only accept a limited amount of boats into our yard. Say we have upland, we probably at the service center have ability for 15 to 18 Vikings on the hard deck. That's it. If any other boats that are in the water that we can't get out of the water, they are released to go to another place. And that's in each, as we receive a boat during hurricane, it's in their paperwork that they must leave if a named storm is within 120 miles of Riviera Beach. Great plan, hasn't failed us, 22 years of it. And yes, we've all been through it. And my home was right in, on Prosperity, right inside Prosperity when the tornado went through. I lost all kinds of vegetation and my neighbor's roof gone, and we got through that okay. But we're here for it. We've been here. We do it right in Riviera Beach. We had a school for 12 years here. And you were asking the economic impact. I'll go with our history, our economic impact, and invite all of you to come to our facility. Please come to our facility and walk through our facility and go through the offices and go through the docks. You're going to see a lot of people from Riviera Beach there. And it's the way we've always done it, and we won't change. My father and uncle started this company in 1964. I've been fortunate to be able to run it over the last 20 years. I have 2 sons and a daughter that are in the business. This is what we do. I'm a boat builder, and we do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Healy.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Shepherd. Mr. Wiley has a question.
One other question also I wanted to ask, that came up. Are there any other programs, since I'm looking at the size of your facility, and I know the reputation, I kind of read up on it and knew about you for this organization, this company, and what we were doing here in this area for years. I see this definitely now becoming a huge part of Riviera Beach family, of course, and what you'll be contributing to our city. What programs or what kind of commitment besides what we are doing and bringing into Riviera Beach, what we will have to the city, like far as let's say educational programs or city infrastructure, or what continuing program that we have with the city now, to where while you're here enjoying the profits from the city, then what will the city continue to receive in the process of you being here?
Well, first of all, the entire complex is going to be a great asset to the tax base,
Absolutely.
to the city. They're going to
Right.
continue to receive that tax base. And as our county continually increases our tax rates, and I think the city's been very good on theirs, but you'll be changing your tax rates. As it goes up, you'll get higher and higher taxes and tax revenue.
Right.
We indicated earlier they do have an apprentice program and an education program, which is very important. And as Mr. Healy just indicated, they have a lot of people from Riviera Beach working there, and they're going to continue to make sure that there's jobs available, which is also a great impact to this city, because you have those people getting salaries and pays, and they're spending it here in Riviera Beach.
Right. Because the whole object is, again, by you being such a big part of Riviera Beach, the people here definitely should benefit the most from it. And what I was kind of inquiring about was more educational programs, even though we don't have a high school here. It'd be good to start tackling our kids at the middle school level to start learning a trade, to start learning something to do or become, I guess, a discipline to be able to come into a job such as yours. Because since you're going to be such a big part of the city, at that point in there, the city needs to be involved in what you're doing also. And for me being an educator, I'm seeing now that a lot of our children are making their decisions of what they want to do or how they want to do it now at the middle school level. And if you have any kind of programs or whatever that is available to be able to assist in our city, is to go around to some of the middle schools and be able to, I guess, give information and probably support to where that will be something that will be an option for, I guess, for kids or for students or for anybody with employment of your company.
For 12 years, they ran a marine training school here. And then, what was it, the high school?
Maritime Academy?
Maritime
School,
Academy.
Yes, the academy, thank you. And they still provide a lot of support to the marine activities at Palm Beach State College, as well as the local area here. But they also have a lot of people coming in, learning the trades right in their facility.
Right.
Okay?
Good, exactly. Thank you.
Ms. Shepherd?
Yes, Mr. Healy, was that Mr. Healy that was here, the master developer? That was your uncle?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Okay, come to the mic, because I don't know, for some reason, the young Mr. Healy, I think Mr. Healy's son?
Yes, Bob Jr.
Okay, yes. Where's he at now?
Bob handles, he's involved in we have a division called Viking Associates. And it's a real estate division. And that was, my uncle's love was real estate. My father and I's love was building boats. And so we each had what we refer to as our own sandbox. They had that sandbox, we had the sandbox of building boats. And the real estate was, what we do is we build boats. And my father's favorite saying to me was, you don't branch out and do things that you don't do every day. Our tagline for building boats is we build a better boat every day. Because the day that you learn from that day, you applied that the next day, and you built a better boat and a better product and built a better workforce.
I brought it up because the young Mr. Healy and George Carter took me over to the facility, so I'm very aware of that facility. And I think it was a very, very good facility. I also was sad when they closed the Maritime Academy, because I think George and Ms. Hicks did a bumper job. I don't know if we can bring that back, because now you guys are getting big.
The biggest issue was the county would not support it. If you remember.
I remember.
It was, we were the plug at the end of the year. And that plug was 7 figures every year. And it went from $1 million to $3 million a year that plug was. And we got to a certain level of attendees. It was freshman through senior, and it was matriculated all the way through, and we graduated, probably 8 classes that went through the full 4 years. And unfortunately, there was other charter schools and other areas that Palm Beach County directed the funds that at one point were supposed to come. And the fact that the campus, we kind of outgrew the campus. The campus is right up here, was right up here off of Martin Luther King. And it was my uncle's pride and joy, and it killed him we just couldn't get the support. And that's what happened. Today, I can assure you that we're here on the educational side, whether it can be night classes at our current facility, for anybody that's unemployed, anybody that wants to, we can have our foreman. And it's, the way we view it is, what's our most difficult asset today? Our most difficult asset today is a good boat builder or a good repair service person. And the training has to happen. And we do training at night. We do training on the weekends. We do a lot. And we send people to our facility in New Jersey. We have a lodging in New Jersey right on the facility. They'll spend upwards of 2 to 3 weeks at our facility in New Jersey to get the proper training to get into an apprenticeship at the facility. And
Thank you very much. I just wanted to bring that up. I know it's been a long time ago, but I think it's a good project.
thank you.
I sat there and watched that piece of property stay vacant for many, many years. Had no clue it was Vikings. I should have known, because the fence was there. I should have known. But it's back. I was listening to Mr. Wiley Mr. Gentile. Let me go back to Mr. Gentile. The parking. I'm having some issues. You said 100, I think I wrote down 100 and,
There's 104 required. We have 105 spaces in that site plan. So
well, it
we're-
seemed like you're going to do a lot of business. You're
Well,
anticipating,
Yes, I'm sure that they will. They'll do a great business. But like I said, is that we don't go to the boat builder every day, like my wife sends me to Publix every other day or whatever. It's not that type of retail. It's just like the car dealers. The car dealers have very small amounts of parking for their customers because there's very few there at any one time. And
that,
We
that,
expect a good weekend day would be 20 to 25 retail customers coming to look at a boat. During the week, you'll see half of that type of volume. Now, there may be a few people coming in just to look at it. Just say, go out and walk around. It's going to be one of those designations along Broadway. It's going to look exactly like a car dealership. That's the whole idea.
that's the point I want to bring back up. You're going to be selling the boats in this big facility, is that it?
That is correct. And the
Will you
reason-
be cleaning those boats? Will there be any cleaning?
The boats will be, the majority of the boats will be inside, and of course, to get the view of traffic. As you go by, there'll be 3 or 4 or 5 that are out front. And yes, those boats will be washed and chamois, at least minimally chamoised every day. So there'll be a cleaning crew that will come in. If there's dew, they chamois them right off. They may get washed with fresh water and then chamois, but that's no different than a car dealership. Exactly. If you think about your Toyota dealership in Lake Worth, that's exactly what you see. Without 300 cars to sell, there'll be 20 boats at the most at the site. Why this facility has to be so big is to put them inside. Trust me. And to answer the question, our developer, our builder is saying 12 to 14, 16 months to build this. From moment of permit, we're ready to go. Where we've got all of the materials on order, have had them on order because of the supply chain issues. So trust me, you're going to get tax rateable in anywhere from 14 to 16 months from when that permit's.
Well, I'm alluding to something very different.
just to answer one other question, they're going to have about 24 employees on that site with about 20 boats, people coming in on the weekends to look at the boats. That's 40 spaces. We have 105. That's 4 times the number of spaces.
Well, I'm alluding to the fact of cleaning those boats and the fumes from those cleaners that you guys are going to be using, bringing the boats in, and you'll probably be cleaning them every day. And I think that's going to be a lot of combustion in the air in that neighborhood because you still have residents over there.
We'll be using fresh water and a chamois. That's what we use. All the boats are waxed. The biggest thing using, and it'd be soap. It's no different than dish soap that we use the boat. There will be no paint thinners, no acetone, none of that. That's all done either in the back shops inside or at the Viking Service Center where we have a contained area for that now. None of that will be done on Broadway, 100% guarantee. It's how, if you use soap on a boat, or your best thing for your car is to spray it down, wash it off, and chamois it off. Soap takes wax off, de-waxes whatever the item is. So we just use fresh water and a chamois mop. That's how boats are cleaned and been for 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's.
If nobody else has any other questions, I need a motion to approve site plan application number SP 210017 and plat application number PA 21-04.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Anthony Brown,
Yes.
James Gallen,
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd,
Yes.
William Wiley,
Yes.
Frank Fernandez.
Yes,
Unanimous vote.
Chairman,
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Haley. If not, we're gonna send Ms. Shepherd.
Well, Mr. Gentile know me well, trust me. Know me very well.
Item B. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an application ZA 22-0002 from Safe Harbor Marina, requesting a zoning map amendment from a downtown residential district designation to a downtown marine district designation, and a small portion of downtown core to downtown marine, and providing for an effective date and for.
Just a minute, Ms. Simone, we can't hear. They're talking. At least I can't hear. I cannot hear the resolution. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
And provide for an effective date and for other purposes. Public comment cards for this item, item B, is now closed.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning and Zoning Board. For the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services for the City of Riviera Beach. If it pleases the board, I would give a consolidated presentation on this project. As you are aware, based on the agenda, there are 6 components to it, but we will put them all together so you understand the full scope of the project and what's being proposed, and we understand that you would need to vote separately on each one.
But so just to clarify, you're gonna go through the entire 7 items, am I correct? Or 6 items?
6, correct.
The applicant's gonna go up and give their spiel on the 6, correct?
Yes.
And then we're going to have the public comment, board comment, and then we're gonna handle each one individually.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
All right. All right, I will skip the first few slides as it just lists the headers of these items. Again, there are 6 of them in total. But to summarize, the applicant, Safe Harbor Marinas, is requesting approval of the 6 associated projects with multiple parcels of land to assemble a new campus to operate their boat repair and maintenance business. The applications under consideration are 1, an abandonment of city right-of-way, 2, a land use map amendment, 3, a zoning map amendment, 4, a zoning text amendment, 5, the site plan, and 6, a plat application. The project location is indicated by the red dot on the screen in front of you now. The image before you shows a closer version of the boundaries of the project area. This is the view from the site looking north from Broadway. View looking east to East 22nd Court from Broadway. View looking east to East 22nd Street from Broadway. And view looking south to Avenue B from East 22nd Court to the rear of the project. The applicant, Safe Harbor Marinas, is seeking to redevelop multiple parcels of land to assemble a new campus and to operate their boat repair and maintenance business. Currently, about half of the land area is already under the operation of the applicant, and this project would expand the scope and operations. The existing conditions are a mix of vacant and developed parcels. There are 31 parcels total associated with this project that are listed on the separate owner affidavit and also later in this presentation. We're looking at approximately 21 acres of land for this proposal. The zoning is downtown core, downtown residential, and downtown marine. The future land use is downtown mixed use as well as working waterfront. So as far as the future land use, Existing is over here to the left. I did find the laser pointer.
Thank you.
The boundary is indicated by the red line here. What is being proposed is to move that line here, so everything to the rear is working waterfront where the boat yard would operate, and the front parcels would contain the office buildings, and that would stay in the commercial future land use district. As far as zoning, the exhibit to the left shows the existing zoning, downtown marine. This area is downtown residential, and downtown core is indicated by the red. The proposed rezoning would result in the configuration shown in the image to the right. The third ordinance proposed here is related to a proposed text amendment. Right now, 31-609 of our land development code speaks to landscaping regulations. Currently, there's a requirement of 20% minimum of a lot must be landscaped. The proposed text amendment states that working waterfront projects within the downtown marine zoning district and projects within the port land use district may submit a request to provide a contribution in lieu of meeting the required requirement for consideration by the city council at the time of site plan consideration. The contribution shall be calculated based on the cost to construct those improvements that would be required to meet the minimum standards. Only the minimum reduction of landscaping to allow for operational feasibility may be considered. The city shall reserve funds provided under this requirement for future landscaping and beautification expenditures. We spoke with the applicant about this proposal, and we do believe that there is a city benefit in working with projects in this industry, including the Port of Palm Beach, which we've had development projects in that there have been challenges with them meeting the landscaping. So when this language was proffered, staff was open and receptive to it, and we have vetted it and are supportive of it. The diagram in front of you shows the pervious, impervious areas of the project. Staff was very pointed to make sure that although we are considering a landscaping reduction for this project, that the pervious areas of the project, meaning places where water can percolate into the ground, still meet the minimums that are stated in the comprehensive plan. So the areas in pink, although they are not landscaped, they are pervious areas as to reduce any negative effects from stormwater runoff. The exhibit here shows the proposed landscaping along the northern border of the project. And I wanted to zoom in on this portion of the site because the interaction between the edge of this campus and the neighborhood to the north is very important. So we wanted to make sure that although there are some proposed reductions for buffers and landscaping, the border along the neighborhood of this project is not one of the areas where there are reductions and concessions. The setbacks are met here, and there is enhanced landscaping to make sure that the views from the neighborhood and the aesthetics of this development are something that that the city can say we paid attention to.
But could you answer the question, what percentage is per?
Please, no questions now. Save them for later, please. Save them for during your comments. Go ahead, Mr. Sermons.
As you know, this project was before you at a previous meeting. At that time, this was the proposed configuration of the abandonment of the streets in the area. There were 2 streets here, east to west, requested to be abandoned, then C and B. Since then, due to discussions with staff, the residents, and the neighbors to the South Viking, the abandonment proposal has been amended to what you see here. 22nd Street is no longer being proposed for abandonment, nor is Avenue B. The only request for abandonment is East 21st Street and portions of Avenue C. This makes a big impact in the circulation of the area. Residents and persons living to the north of this project can still take Avenue B to get to 22nd Street and get to the light. There is still going to be the proposed Avenue D here that will also allow second access to 22nd Street and to get to the light with parking. But the most significant change since the last time you saw this project was the change in the streets to be abandoned. And there are additional concessions to control traffic heading north that I'll get to in a moment. As far as plats for the project, on the screen before you now is the existing plat of the area. And as was stated earlier, there are numerous lots that are under now the ownership of the applicant that will be consolidated to the configuration that you see here. And again, we do understand that there are remaining plat comments that are conditioned to be addressed before any of this can go to City Council. As far as the site plan, it looks similar to what was before you previously, but there are some changes, again, that were made based on conversations with the community, their marine neighbor to the east. This exhibit here highlights the primary changes that were made. Again, 22nd Street is no longer being proposed to be abandoned. An important change right here is that Avenue B is no longer being abandoned. However, one of the previous layouts of this project had a gate here after Avenue B would have been abandoned to make sure traffic that's related to these commercial businesses and commercial industries are not going north into the Lakeview Park neighborhood. That plan has been since abandoned, no pun intended. Avenue B will still be a public right-of-way. However, this portion will only be one way. Persons can come south from this area to 22nd Street to get to the light. However, with it being a one-way street, no traffic can come or trucks can come from this operation and go north into Lakeview Park because this section right here will be a one-way street. So that was one of the main changes that was made since the last time you saw it, and an important distinction to address community concerns related to truck traffic going into their neighborhood and causing other issues and quality of life discomforts. Additionally, the guard gate that was proposed on 22nd Street will no longer be there, so traffic can flow more freely here. There will be a stop sign here so that any persons coming down this newly created Avenue D can queue and then get out. And then there will be parking here to serve the goal of having a walkable downtown so that persons can park and go to businesses over here such as D's Teas and others that are in this block. The last thing that was a change made was that the turning radius here was widened so that truck deliveries can navigate around this corner to get to Viking and their property so that their business can still receive deliveries of boats to be serviced there. But those are the primary changes that were made since the last time this was before you based on conversations of interested stakeholders. This is a colored version of the proposed site plan. Before you now is the proposed landscape plan. It is a large area of development, so we understand this isn't legible, but just to zoom in on a couple places of it, 22nd Court will be reconstructed by the applicant with sidewalks at a minimum on the south end. And as I stated before, there will be enhanced landscaping along the northern border to make sure the appearance from those not inside of the campus is a pleasing one. So additional attention was paid to that. The applicant has noted that they do not expect to build the commercial buildings along Broadway in phase one. Staff made a point to ensure that the appearance of this development was one that was pleasing in the interim period. So while there are no buildings on these parcels, as they will come in phase 2 or 3, but I will defer to the applicant on what the timing will be with those. They have prepared enhanced landscaping and a wall here to ensure that those driving along Broadway have a visually appealing experience as they pass this campus. And of course, in later phases, you would see the elevations of these buildings once they come in. In front of you, you see the west elevations of the 2 office buildings, office/retail buildings, and also the elevation of the parking garage that would be further inside of the campus. And here are some additional renderings of what that would look like from Broadway. Bird's eye view of the proposed campus. And this is a concept of the observation deck or street amenity that they have committed to developing for the end of East 22nd Court. Their design is not finalized. I understand they desire to speak more with the residents before finalizing what that will look like. At the most recent community meeting that they hosted since the last P&Z meeting, there was discussions related to it, so we do understand that they're working to get to a better understanding of what the community would like to see as an amenity here, but this is conditioned to be installed in phase 1 of this project. Staff review. There has been extensive review by staff in the legal department, and this proposed project is found to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and code of ordinances, is now ready for the board's consideration and action. Staff's review included a review of the future land use portion of the comprehensive plan, the zoning code of the city. We've looked at levels of service for infrastructure. We looked at compatibility in adjacent uses. We've looked at the landscaping of this project, of course, which is subject to the proposed text amendment. We've looked at and been satisfied with the lighting, parking, and traffic proposed by this project. And aside from the community meetings and previous planning and zoning board meeting that took place regarding this item, staff has received some calls and emails related to this project. We've received 10 in opposition, 0 in support to date. The staff was strongly encouraged to engage the community early and often when this project was proposed. They have provided evidence of 4 community meetings since we've initially begun this review process on November 7th, February 11th, February 13th, and April 15th, which is what took place since you've last seen this applicant. And the attendances of those meetings are on the screen, and the summaries from both staff and the applicant are included in your backup regarding these community meetings. And at least one of those community meetings, the applicant did pass out surveys. Staff took some time to summarize the results that came back from those surveys, and they were related to potential community amenities and upgrades that the applicant could provide for the neighborhood, primarily the residential community to the north. After reviewing the information they provided and comments that have been emailed and stated at different public meetings and community meetings, the community concerns were primarily related to this list in front of us: traffic circulation, drainage, open space landscaping / beautification, sidewalk improvements, speed bumps, traffic turnarounds, air quality, and parcel numbers. And I can say that staff has worked extensively and painstakingly at times with the applicant to address these concerns of the community. And we've had probably at least a dozen instances where staff has met with, well, just myself and my staff, not even including other departments, where we've met in our offices with members of Lakeview Park, and also in their community. We've taken walking tours and meetings out there just to understand and hear the concerns of the community. And we do believe that the package before you today addresses a significant amount of those concerns within reason. At the last Planning and Zoning Board meeting, there was an issue regarding the parcel control numbers related to this project. There is an updated ownership affidavit in your in the backup for this project. The parcel list is on the screen before you here. And just to make sure there were no issues, we did have the applicant prepare this exhibit, which enumerates each of the 31 parcels associated with this project to make sure that none extra are included and none that are part of the development are excluded. So we did triple check to make sure that that would not be an issue tonight. So staff review, we recommend approval of the proposed project for the following reasons. The project is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, including 4 different policies, which I won't enumerate each one of. It is consistent with the downtown mixed use future land use of the comprehensive plan, as well as the working waterfront future land use district of the comprehensive plan. The project is consistent with the community redevelopment plan of the CRA. They have reviewed this, and their staff has looked at this, and their comments have been satisfied. The project is consistent with the land development code of the city. The abandonment proposal meets the criteria for marine industries, specifically section 2966-C6. 5, the proposed text amendment would serve multiple development needs. And I was sure to note that this type of amendment would not only serve this applicant. As you know, there are multiple marine industries operating in the city and interested in the city, but just as important, the Port of Palm Beach, our partners to the south, are engaged in a lot of development and expansion right now. And the last time they came to the city for a site plan, meeting the required landscaping area was a challenge in an area where significant portions of it are devoted to the maneuvering of boats and shipment goods. So we do believe between this area of the city and the Port of Palm Beach that this text amendment could be a tool to ensure that we're able to work with the marine industries in the Port of Palm Beach within the city. It is strictly limited by the text to these areas so that any type of development, such as any industrial project, cannot attempt to utilize this, because we do believe strongly in the value of landscaping and the quality that it provides and benefits it provides to our community. The project also meets 4 out of the 7 of the purposes and intents of the downtown district codes, and I have listed those on the screen as well. So staff recommendations and conditions, we recommend approval of the proposed abandonment with the following conditions. The privilege fee for the value of that land must be paid within 30 days of ordinance approval. The plat cannot be recorded until the abandonment has been completed and recorded. And this includes the previous abandonments that were awarded to this applicant several years ago. The applicant must provide the requested notarized memorandum as conditioned by the City of Riviera Beach Special Utility District. And the specific language to that can be found in the staff report under the conditions. Staff recommends approval of the proposed plat with the following conditions. All outstanding comments from staff and the peer reviewer must be resolved prior to City Council consideration of the application. The Palm Tran bus shelter indicated on the site plan must be included and dedicated on the plat. Staff recommends approval of the site plan with the following conditions. Landscaping bond required for 110% of the landscaping value must be provided. Construction and landscaping improvements must be initiated within 18 months of the effective date of the site plan resolution. City Council authorizes staff to approve future amendments to the site plan administratively, so long as the site plan does not deviate greater than 5% from what is originally approved. 4, this development must receive final certificate of occupancy from the city for all buildings approved within 5 years. All future advertising must state that the development is located within the City of Riviera Beach. 6, once approved, this resolution shall supersede any previous site plan approval resolutions associated with the project. 7, plans for the public amenity deck at the terminus of East 22nd Court must be constructed during phase 1 of the project. 8, the payment to satisfy civic open space requirements must be satisfied prior to the issuance of any construction permit. 9, the payment to satisfy landscaping reductions must be satisfied prior to the issuance of any construction permit. 10, permits must be obtained for all unpermitted structures within phase 1 of the project. Concurrent ordinances must be approved prior to the site plan approval becoming effective. 12, the reconstruction of East 22nd Court must take place in phase 1 of this project. 13, no building permits shall be issued until the South Florida Water Management District permit for this project is issued. 14, any and all landscaping installed within the public right-of-way by this project shall be the perpetual maintenance obligation of the developer or subsequent owners of this project. 15, the project must dedicate a bus easement to Palm Tran and construct and maintain it. The utility district shall maintain access to all existing utilities until they are decommissioned for the new installations. And finally, the applicant shall follow the utility special district's instruction while constructing the proposed seawall on East 22nd Court, including all requested notes and certified letters. And the expanded details on all of these proposed conditions are in the staff report. That is the conclusion of the staff presentation, and the applicant is here and prepared to present.
Mr. Sermons, real quick,
Yes, sir.
if we're voting one by one, those staff recommendations and conditions, that's for the entire 6, am I correct? So as we vote on each individual one, it's going to be understood that the staff conditions and recommendations are met, am I correct?
I recommend that in the motion to approve that you state that it is with the adoption of the staff recommended conditions.
Okay.
All right, I will make way for the applicant.
Board members, Richard Pinsky, remember me? It seems like
Yes, sir.
Just 2 months ago that we were here. First, I want to thank your staff, Clarence Sermons, your development director, and the entire planning and development staff. They have done an amazing job. This has been going on for almost a little over a year when we first sat down to talk about the expansion of the existing safe harbor operation in Riviera Beach and what it would mean to the city. Your city manager, your deputy city manager, your city commission, all had a concept of what it would mean to have an active working waterfront for jobs and economic development in the city. We have latched onto that vision. We understand what the city wants to do on Broadway, and we wholeheartedly support that. And that's why we've decided to expand, moving out of West Palm Beach and relocating into Riviera Beach. The presentation you saw earlier from Viking is just the kind of message that you are sending to not just the surrounding area, but all of Florida and the entire marine industry. What Riviera Beach is creating now with Viking, with Safe Harbor, you have Lockheed, you have the port, you have, as I explained 2 months ago, the last remaining working waterfront mile in South Florida, and you're preserving it. The other thing I learned from listening to the Viking presentation is what a poor job that we in the marine industry are doing with the residents and the leadership in Riviera Beach. The questions that you asked are all great questions, but that should be part of your DNA already. Riviera Beach, you should have known what has been going on. Viking is an existing business. We're an existing business. We're already creating jobs. We're already doing those things. And the fact that we have to ask the questions tells me we're doing a less than the stellar job in communicating just the benefits alone to the city of Riviera Beach. So thank you for your questions. They were great. Thank you to staff. We, of course, just want to say on the outset, we agree with all the recommendations and all the conditions. And so I'm not going to take a lot of time. right now to go back over the whole presentation again. As much as I know you love to hear me talk, but we do want to get right down to the particulars. I think it's already been said by staff, but I'll just repeat it. Mr. Chairman, you've asked for several things to be done, not just the parcel numbers, but you had questions on drainage, on the traffic, on a number of items. We've addressed them. We've worked diligently with staff to check every box and get everything redone. Let me see if I remember how to do this. This picture as a working waterfront again. Our partners, Safe Harbor, we have Eric Ruska here, Tim Sargent, who is COO of our international division. And just a reminder, Safe Harbor is moving their international division headquarters to Riviera Beach at this facility. Kimley Horn, that you're going to hear from in a moment. I'm with the Ackerman Law Firm, Miller, but we do have Dwight Stevenson here, and I think Song and Associates is here as well. I'm going to introduce Mike Spruce with Kimley Horn to walk you through this, but I do have some more comments that I want to talk about economic development because the question has come up. So Mike, I'm going to let you take it from here. Green button advances. Clarence has the super duper pointer that he didn't show Kurt. I don't know why.
All right, thank you. I'm Michael Spruce from Kimley Horn and Associates. We are working on the planning side, the traffic side, the landscape architecture, as well as the civil engineering. I've been involved with this particular property since, I don't even remember when, back in the early 2000s, maybe 2010 or so was the first time we worked on this project. So Clarence did a great job going through all of this. I'm going to try to speed through some of the things that are duplicate of what Clarence presented. And one general statement before I get going is that if anyone in this room or the board feels like staff hasn't done their due diligence on this job, I've got about a year and a half into this thing that says otherwise. They have worked very diligently to make sure that all the code requirements were met or otherwise satisfied with conditions and things like that. From the drainage side, from the utility district side, from the development services side. I would say we were put through the ringer, but that would sound negative. So I'll say that the due diligence was done and all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed. So this is again the project outline. You see Broadway on the west, 22nd Court is the very north, and we've got the Jim Berry Park to the south, and then of course we do have some neighbors, Viking, just east of Avenue B, and then we've got the Intercoastal. There are a number of requests. Clarence went all through those. Land use amendment, rezoning, zoning text amendment, roadway abandonment, platting, and the site plan amendment. Staff again has recommended approval or approval with conditions for all of these. Resolution to prior request. Last time we were here, there were a number of questions. Some of the key ones are listed up here. Parcel control numbers. Everyone remembers that one. I know I enjoyed it. Those have been resolved, as Clarence said. Avenue B abandonment and questions about traffic, as Clarence presented to you. Avenue B is no longer being requested for abandonment, and one section of Avenue B has been converted to one-way. What Clarence didn't say, and what I'll show you in a moment, is it's not just a warning. It's one way. The road itself will be reduced to a single lane width, only wide enough for a fire apparatus to come through legally. So you won't have the full 2 lanes, striping, signage, and other activities will be there to ensure that it is used only as one-way entry from the residential neighborhood into the project. Community meetings, we talked about those. We did have another one since the last time we were before the board. Drainage has been resolved. What does that mean? The site is being designed with additional pervious area. We are going to contain the drainage on site per South Florida and DEP requirements. We're providing more than adequate water quality treatment. And also as a function of this project, we are making improvements to 22nd Court, which include additional drainage for 22nd Court all the way to the water. We're making drainage improvements on Avenue B within the project, and also making drainage improvements on the last city street through the project, 22nd Street. Residential traffic control, we did talk about that as well. As you can see, we made a dramatic adjustment with Avenue B now being open to the public, not restricted, except to inbound movements, of course, as we just talked about. 22nd Street is no longer blocked off, no longer being requested to be abandoned. So 22nd Street will be business as usual. There is no guardhouse. There are no other restrictions to flow. The only thing that'll be different about 22nd Street is it's going to be pretty. It's going to have sidewalk. It's going to have landscaping along it. And our landscape architect is here and as well, and she did a great job on that. City staff did request that they handle any further public notices. That's been done. There was questions about a clean marina designation and DEP health permits. Those have all been provided to city staff. No longer a question. And the job opportunities, there are marine worker training ongoing, and we'll talk about that some more. Richard will talk about that some more at the end. So primary point of this is to say we heard what you asked last time, and it's been asked and answered now. Staff, again, held our feet to the fire on each and every one of these issues, and we really appreciate that, Clarence. Kid, but nope, they did, and we've answered all of them. Okay, the parcel control numbers. Clarence already showed you this. All the numbers are correct. You can see within red are parcels that are owned and controlled by Safe Harbor. You will see noticeably absent from this graphic are a couple of properties, DSTs and Shell World, as well as the locksmith. They are not within the boundary of this property, and they are not included in the parcel control number. So we're happy to have that corrected and get that issue off the table. Went through the land use amendment already. Existing is downtown mixed use and working waterfront. As Clarence said, we're expanding the working waterfront designation to get it closer to Broadway so that all the uses within the property are consistent with that land use. And then the downtown mixed use is along the Broadway corridor. From rezoning, right now, most of the property is downtown Marine and downtown core, with one portion of it being downtown residential. Within the downtown Marine and downtown core sections, everything that we're proposing tonight could be done without doing a zoning resignation, a zoning change. The downtown residential does have to be rezoned so that the uses we're proposing could be done in that area. So the rezoning looks like this. So we're making everything downtown Marine, including those former residential lots that abut the community to the north. Downtown core will be along the Broadway corridor. So everything within there has to meet the code of the downtown core and the acceptable uses, the storefront, and the other requirements that are consistent with the Broadway. Zoning text amendment, Clarence touched on this, or actually went into it pretty well, so I'm not going to spend much time on this other than to say there is a text amendment before you. And Clarence spent a lot of time talking about that, so I'm going to zoom right through this one. Excuse me. As we talked about the abandonment, you will recall that we initially were going to try to abandon 22nd Street as well as Avenue C, 21st Street, and Avenue B. And as we talked about, that has changed. Again, 22nd Street will be open to the public, and it will be improved in terms of drainage, additional utilities. There will be additional landscaping and sidewalks that do not exist there today. Avenue B is being improved similarly. Pervious pavement, we also talked about that. So, it's just a bunch of colors here, right? Well, not exactly. There's a requirement that a certain amount of a developed property be pervious. And in an environment like this, it can't all be trees because you can't drive big boats over trees. So we've worked with city staff carefully. They've advised us that the combination of landscaping and pervious pavements of different types that allow percolation into the ground will be allowed on this project due to the nature of it, and we are meeting the city's required percentages for that. Here's a good look at how the property will look when fully developed. I'll say this once, probably say it again, but all the purple colored buildings are existing, and all the white ones that you see on here are new proposed buildings that will happen over the course of this project. You can also see how the boats are configured inside and how we're blocking views of those boats with existing buildings and new buildings from Broadway. Something about the circulation. Our large vehicles, when we have large deliveries, and again, we don't bring boats in and out of this property. That's not that kind of deal. The boats that are being repaired on the site will come from the water side, go into a large straddle carrier type lift, be lifted up out of the water and brought onto the site, arranged in this configuration. And the boats will be serviced, whether that be an interior refit or other things done to it. From 20th Street, where there is currently a signal, that will be where our large truck traffic is directed into the site, supervised and escorted into the site for whatever means they have to supply there, be it deliveries or be it anything else. They will come through there. Vehicular traffic for pedestrian vehicles, workers, and so on and so forth would be through the 22nd Street, also a signalized intersection, and that is signalized because Rybovich, now a portion of Safe Harbor, designed, permitted, and got that signal constructed several years back. Traffic will come in and out through 22nd. As we said before, there will be ability to come down Avenue B and drive out to the signal at 22nd. And the thing I neglected to say earlier is that while we are abandoning Avenue C from 22nd Court to 22nd Street, we have created a separate cross-through road that we're calling Avenue D that's right behind the locksmith shop on the left side, upper left side. Okay, so one of the issues we talked about before was traffic queues and geez, how do I get to the light? Well, again, if you're living in the residential neighborhood above, you now have 2 access points to 22nd Street. Avenue B has been restored. Thank you all for your comments. Avenue D, we're calling now, is on the left side over there. And you can get to the signal that way. And talking about how many cars can you stack there? Well, the Avenue D is a short segment, just like Avenue B. You can fit basically 4 cars sitting at the stop sign at Avenue D. But over the 850-foot length of 22nd, on average 25 feet designated per car. That's 34 cars could be stacked along 22nd Street. Never happened. The signals turn on and people move. But if you had to, you could stack a total of about 42 cars on the 3 segments without blocking a single road in the neighborhood. And that's a big improvement from a traffic consideration. So now we're going to take a few looks, a little bit more detail. So we talked about various things. Again, the purple, I think it's purple grayish buildings are existing buildings, and the whites are the new buildings being proposed. You can see from the south side near the park, we've got landscaping along the south side of the property already. We would have 2 new buildings along Broadway, fronting Broadway, with landscaping and improved sidewalks along Broadway. And you can see the rest of the property from this view, but this is looking kind of aerial view, but looking from the southwest corner of the property. Another view, this is without the landscaping, but if you're looking north on Broadway, we wanted to show that we had listened to staff's comments. We do have kind of awnings and other features off the front of the building now, a lot of glass viewing Broadway. It looks like storefront as well as some office above. If you turn the landscaping on, this is what you see. Lots of street trees along with the enhanced pedestrian walks along Broadway. Looking back towards 20th Street, that's where the signal is in the background. This is 21st Street, and you can see another view of all the buildings, again, without the landscaping, but you can see the articulation and architecture on the front of the buildings. And then with the landscaping, you can see what dramatic effect the landscaping has for shade, green space, and beautification. Looking at the property from the northwest corner in an aerial view, again, just another look. You can see 22nd Street moving unimpeded right down the project. Right there, you've got 22nd Court on your left. Again, aerial view of the boats. You can see the various buildings on the property. This is driving down 22nd Street, looking east from the entrance. So 22nd Street will have sidewalks on both sides. There's landscaping on the north side, additional landscaping on the south, as well as nice planted trees, which is different than it is today. If you're looking west back towards the entrance, again, you see the boats on one side and you see the landscaping on the other, and this would be kind of your view corridor through that area. This is 22nd Court, looking east. So as you're driving from Broadway onto 22nd Court, Mr. Sermons again mentioned enhanced landscaping. That includes a wall. That includes hedges. That includes all these shade trees staggered along the road. This is probably 3-4 times the amount of landscaping that would normally be required. These are provided for beautification, to shield views, and also, they also help with any kind of noise mitigation. If anything's going on there, the trees help absorb that as well. This is at 22nd Court and Avenue B. This is one of our buildings that are proposed. If you were to go left here, you could enter into Avenue B, as we talked about before. And the direction we're looking is back out towards Broadway. Again, you can see a different perspective, lots and lots of trees, lots of landscaping, and a wide sidewalk with street trees planted on this side, which do not exist today as well. I think now Richard was going to come back and talk about the public amenity in 22nd Court.
Perfect. Good. Thank you, Mike, for that. That was great. This is Clarence Sermon's alluded to earlier, I do want to take a moment. Terrence Bailey is here, and this one-way street was such a good idea of how to help the neighborhood but at the same time prevent traffic leaving the site going into the neighborhood. Terrence Bailey, I want the city manager to know that Terrence Bailey came up with that idea. It was brilliant. It was the log jam that we needed broken. And I just want to make sure that he gets recognized for a great idea. As Clarence Shermans said earlier, this is the current view at the end of 22nd Street. And we will do whatever the neighborhood or the city wants us to do as far as an improvement. We've already agreed that we're fixing all the drainage, we're doing the outfall pipe, we're redoing all of that, the seawall, all of that we're doing as part of the condition and community benefit. This portion of the community benefit, we want to make sure that it is what the residents want. And there are some mixed reactions to this for a number of reasons. I think the residents don't want it. I don't want to speak for them, but I know there's concerns raised about people not from the area, perhaps people sleeping there at night. They didn't want to make it so nice that it would be attracting a different element. So we will do whatever the city wants. This is what we had originally proposed. We think from one of the surveys that, again, Director Sermon showed you, I don't think the majority wanted seating. It was okay with the observation deck, but I think most folks said if there is an observation deck, they don't want seating, which just would further exacerbate folks coming and camping out. That can be done in many different ways. We're going to move into two areas that you have not heard yet. Everything you've heard is sort of a recap and how we've revised everything according to hearing from the residents and from staff. I'm not going to take a lot of time on this one because Viking has already discussed it. Again, this is an existing business. We have been involved in marine training, and Safe Harbor already participates in its locations, in its iconic locations, currently handling through scholarships. That means paying for job training in our location in Newport, Rhode Island. We have another marine training facility in Arundel, Maine. We have one right in Orlando, Florida, and we have one in Cedarville, Michigan. And of course, we are planning for the Marine Worker Training Program right here in Riviera Beach, Florida. Again, Safe Harbor scholarships. Inlet Grove, as you know, is a high school program. And yes, we want to make sure we continue to support and encourage high school graduates that maybe are not going into a higher education track, but are ready for the workforce. And we see that as a feeder job program. But we also want to target people that are, when you have a 3% unemployment rate in the state of Florida, we're talking about the people between that 0 to 3%. How do you get employment for those folks? And so we've already been in touch with the City of Riviera Beach, your reentry program that you have right now. And we've also been talking with Valerie Grimsley, who does the pre-apprenticeship program. And that is where we intend to target to get our increased workforce. Again, we're talking about, Viking is a smaller operation. Safe Harbor is a much larger operation. We're talking about literally hundreds of jobs that are going to have to be fulfilled as we grow. Not only does that mean great economic benefit to Broadway, people eating, shopping, doing things, but also the economic benefit of having local people getting jobs right there at that site. I'm going to introduce Tim Sargent right now. This is part of the presentation that we stopped last 2 months ago that we wanted to get to, and I'm going to let Tim Sargent, COO of Safe Harbor, make this portion of it. Tim?
Thank you for having us tonight and taking the time to go through this project. I am incredibly excited tonight. if we realize what's going on here between Viking and Safe Harbor, the investments that are coming into the city of Riviera Beach are amazing. I've been with Rybovich for 18 years now with Safe Harbor, and I've watched the growth of this project. And we have worked with Viking on trading property to get these two campuses to this point. It's really exciting to see this come together. Richard told me you can't make numbers exciting, but I love these numbers because they impact people. Safe Harbor's first pillar is people first, and we really care about how we interact with our teammates, how we interact with our clients, how we interact with our subcontractors, and how we interact with our community. So when you look at these numbers up here, you can read through them, but the direct impact that we're looking at to the city of Riviera Beach is about $300 million. And we've done this study multiple times in West Palm Beach. And you can see the last study we did came out to about 600 million. The difference between West Palm Beach and Riviera Beach is we have a much larger marina on the water there. Here in Riviera Beach, we'll have a much larger upland for the boats. The other piece of it is the city of Riviera Beach doesn't have the services, the restaurants and things yet to service these, what's coming. So we look forward to working with the city, building this Broadway corridor, and providing that economic impact to go to those shops and restaurants right here in the city of Riviera Beach. How do I get to the next one here? So we've already started, as you saw, our partners assembling a construction team, and the focus is on local Riviera Beach resources. So that as much as we can with local subcontractors working at our facility. The current demographics of Rybovich is already 45% minority employment. And again, we're going to all move up here to Riviera Beach. We have a lot of our trades and workforce up here already. Just from the construction, if you look at the 2-year construction period, it's anticipated we'll add about 100 local jobs here working to build this campus. And then we're committed to local workforce. So everything that we've done, we've worked with our contractors to make sure that where we can source it locally, we will, and build the campus. So thank you again. We are extremely excited. I'm not a boat builder, but I've been in this industry a long time and love it, and very excited about it to continue to bring these vessels with Safe Harbor. There's a large network. We have about 130 marinas. And those boats travel all along the East Coast, and this will be a premier service facility for those vessels. Thank you.
Okay, the format is we take questions now, or?
What we're going to do is we're going to do the public comment first. And please, those providing public comments, do not duplicate the same as the previous person. We have 57 of cards for comments. So please be cognizant of the previous individual who provided the information at the lectern so you don't repeat yourself. After your comments, Mr. Sermons, please make sure, and Mr. Pinsky, please make sure you take notes, Mr. Spruce, of the comments that are made by the public so we can wrap it up at the end. Okay. Now, again, we're going to take one at a time. Ms. Davidson? I believe we only had one for A, one comment card for A.
We've already done item A, Mr. Chair. We're on now to B through G.
B. We have 8 for B.
Holland, Brandy, and then Richard.
My name is Colin Adamo. I live on 208 East 22nd Porch. Thanks to the chairman and council members for all your hard work and effort in this project that we're addressing this evening. I support the expansion of the Safe Harbor Marina. I This will be the largest
are you?
marina in the country.
Who are you? Richard D.
It'll also be one of the largest marinas in the world.
Could you speak into
Speak
the
up.
mic, sir?
I'm sorry, just speak up in the mic. I'm sorry, we can't.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go, okay.
Perfect, sorry about that.
That's okay. So anyway, Safe Harbor is going to be one of the largest marinas in the country. What you also have to consider is going to be one of the largest in the world. It'll have a global presence, a lot of business, a lot of revenue, a lot of opportunities for the educational program and the expansion of Safe Harbor as it reaches into the community and helps children and high school students, middle, you spoke on it before, you touched on it before, huge proponent of. This is the opportunity not only for the neighborhood that I live in, but throughout the entire city. Land values are going to multiply in this city. This is a win-win for everybody in this room and every citizen in Riviera Beach. The other thing is, I want to move through this pretty quickly. I think that the traffic concerns that were present before, many of them have been addressed. They're, at least on my block and the end of my street, there's still a situation where people are almost drag racing down to the street to the entrance of the marina itself. I think that should be addressed in one breath, maybe rumble strips or something like that. I know the fire department's not thrilled with that, but just for concern, I mean, I have a lot of kids on my street. Our entire neighborhood has a lot of kids on our streets, walking dogs, riding our bicycles. That's a big, big issue. One-way traffic helps, but there's a lot of speeders there. So please take that into consideration as well. I'm going to wrap this up real quick. Safe Harbor, I think the record speaks for themselves. I've done plenty of research. I've been inside that marina through the good graces of security and management, and they've allowed me to spend some time in that marina and see the function and how quickly and effectively and efficiently and gracious they are to show off their business and their contributions to this community. Last note, I want to speak on a positive note. I represent myself in a positive voice for Safe Harbor. I do not subscribe to negativity, finger pointing, and accusations that do not hold up. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your address?
208 East 22nd Court.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Dean has withdrawn, so then we'll have Brandy and then Julie.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Brandy Davis Balsamo. I live at 217 East 23rd Street. I am a first-time homeowner. I bought here during COVID, moved down from New York, and spent a lot of time fixing up the house that was there for something that the neighborhood.
Can you pull your mic down so we can hear you?
That the neighborhood could be proud of, because that's a neighborhood that hasn't received a lot of attention. And originally, when I was made aware of this development, I wasn't opposed. I was like, okay, well, they want to expand, but I'm not that educated in terms of what they're proposing. So after I saw the disagreement in the neighborhood, I hired an attorney. And so I have a review and analysis of this proposal from that attorney on what it means for the city and what it means for our neighborhood. And I am opposed on everything that is being brought forth because I think that there is adverse effect to our neighborhood and that isn't being addressed. I think that the abandonment of this street, there hasn't been a proper traffic analysis on that, and I don't understand how the city could consider such a thing. I think for the landscaping variance, that's a huge concern because they're bringing boats closer to our neighborhood and more work. We already have noise. There's already noise complaints. You heard that in the public record from the last meeting that we had. I live next to that Safe Harbor Marina. That's a party every weekend. Drunkards coming down to their boats. They're out partying. I've been out in my backyard in the weekend and I've heard people vomiting in their parking lot. And so the fact that they're going to reduce the buffer between our neighborhood and their commercial business, I think is a big concern. I don't understand why we would even consider something like that to give them free property. I understand that they need to move big boats around on the interior, but I don't understand why we can't have a sufficient buffer between a residential neighborhood and a mega yacht garage. I also noticed that the comprehensive plan shows that there was supposed to be a downtown core, significant downtown core, where they're proposing to expand. And that was going to be this pedestrian friendly, great for the public, have lots of different mixed uses. That's going away in this proposal. And the 2 commercial buildings that they're proposing are not going to be true mixed use. Those are going to be commercial. And so when you start to think about it, it's like, wow, that whole Broadway corridor, the vision of that being a really vibrant community for the public is really just going to be a boat yard. We're all going to be looking at boats. So that's all I'm saying is I don't think that this plan is considered for all of the interest, including the downtown community of Riviera Beach. I think there needs to be more different types of uses for the public.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fane Lozman, Bonnie Larson, and Julie. You can go ahead.
My name is Julie Logston, and I live at, well, I own 321 East 25th. And as I'm not supposed to repeat what Brandy Davis Balsamo said, I don't have a lot to say because I basically had the same concerns, and many of them are the same concerns that we voiced 2 months ago. Although I will say, I think there have been some substantial improvements from when we saw this last time. I would like to have my question answered with regard to what percentage of the land is going to be pervious as per, versus the 20% requirement that I had to meet when I put my pool in. So what percentage of the total land is going to be pervious?
They're going to take your questions down and they're going to answer it at the end. Either Mr. Sermons.
Honestly, we should have the questions before the comments because it's difficult for me to comment without having the input.
You're asking for a percentage. They'll give you that percentage. They'll give you that percentage if they have it.
Well, I don't understand why we wouldn't. It's pretty basic.
It's 20% pervious.
Then it's meeting the requirement.
Mr. Sermons is meeting the requirement.
That's correct. It meets the requirement for pervious and impervious.
Okay, then that's a change because, I thought part of the problem was that they were asking for an exception and that's why they were making a payment in lieu of meeting that. So how can they be making a payment in lieu of that if they're meeting the requirement?
What's the payment in lieu for?
The payment is in regards to landscaping requirements. The pervious impervious ratios are maintained at the 20% requirements from the comp plan.
Why? Is that because some of the surfacing is a pervious surfacing?
Correct. It appears as is a paved area, but the water can percolate through it and go into the ground. And so it makes a big difference with drainage that we would not be willing to make significant reductions on because it's a drainage issue. But as far as grass and hedges and trees, that is what they are paying a fee in lieu of providing.
Okay, so there's 2 separate requirements. There's a pervious impervious requirement and there's also a landscaping requirement? Okay, so they are meeting the pervious?
Correct.
Okay. And from a landscaping perspective, certainly it's obvious why they need to have contiguous hard space, but why wouldn't they be able to put a bigger buffer around and meet the landscaping as well?
We worked with the applicant on the layout and we do believe, based on the industry, that what they've provided is reasonable.
Thank you.
The other question is, in all the pictures, I know, but I had to ask questions.
You're there, go ahead.
In the pictures, they all show 30-foot plus trees. Are they actually going to be that mature? Or are we starting here and waiting 20 years?
Mr. Sermons, do we know the landscaping? Are we going to start with little baby 4-foot trees and wait 30 years for a 30-footer?
The landscape code has minimum requirements for planting. If I'm not mistaken, a 6-foot diameter of the tree canopy is required at planting. There's also a minimum width of the tree trunk at a certain measured point. So when we do landscape inspections, we ensure that at a minimum, the plantings meet that. However, the applicant is definitely able to exceed those requirements and put larger, more mature trees in at planting, but there are minimum requirements. So you would not get saplings, so to speak, that would not pass our landscaping inspections, that it would be failed, and they would have to redo the installation of those 2 trees of the appropriate minimum size.
Okay, so to recap, we have a minimum standard and they're meeting the minimum standard on landscaping, and they can move up from that minimum standard if the applicant would choose.
Correct. We would not pass it if it's not meeting the minimums.
So I'm sorry, what is the height of the minimum standard?
Point of order, Mr.
Ma'am, we've
Chair.
done, we've enough.
We can't go
Next.
with this back and
No, we
forth. If
can't.
you got 52
We got
cards,
52
we'll be
more
here
calls.
all night long.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let them come back and answer the
Yes.
questions.
If I may, Kurt Thompson.
Yes.
The minimum planting of most trees serves 12 feet minimum at planting. The minimum height for landscaping or for hedging is 24 inches or 2 feet on planting, on center at planting. And they can grow up as high as necessary. Most of the hedging will be shaded, but they're 24 inches at planting for hedging, 12 feet for trees. And we always double check ourselves when it comes in for permit if you decide to approve.
Thank you. Sir?
Thane Lozman, 5101 North Ocean Drive, Riviera Beach. Going back to 2009, the original plan for the Rybovich Boatyard was to take over this facility right here. They wanted to put Viking, and Rybovich wanted to convert this municipal marina into a boatyard. Emma Bates, who Margaret Shepard remembers, who passed away in 2011, she, myself, Andrew Bird, and some other citizens said no. We had a referendum to stop that from being built. And we said, we're not going to tolerate this facility here that was donated in perpetuity in the early 1900s for the public to be turned into a boatyard. So I recall talking to Rybovich and saying, why don't you go up to 20th Street, buy the land up there, build your boatyard, and no one can tell you what to do as far as the public trying to take over this facility. They exceeded our expectations. I've talked to people on the committee. They are thrilled that this facility here remained public. It was redeveloped. Look at this beautiful new Newcomb Hall. Look at what they've done on the docks. We get the best of both worlds. We kept this into one of the primo recreational marinas on the East Coast. We have one of the defining mega yacht repair facilities a few blocks north. We got the best of both worlds by fighting that referendum and stopping this from being converted. I support this project. The people that supported the referendum that we won, they support this project. The biggest problem Mr. Sermons unscrewed was the traffic, keeping 22nd Street open. This is amazing that we finally got something right in the city after going down a road where we were going to do it the wrong way. And we would still be in court fighting if Rybovich hadn't stepped up and said, we will build a facility north of the municipal marina and give up fighting it. So I'm very happy with it. Emma Bates was, she was around me happy with it. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Bonnie Larson, Travis, and then Mr. Ward.
Bonnie Larson, I'm going to try and stick with the plan here. We're on B, so I'm going to talk about B. Okay. In this letter, which they gave us last time they were here, something very interesting about these letters from Kimley Horn and from everybody else, and even from Mr. Sherman's.
Just stay closer to the mic, please. So we
Okay, all of these letters and whatever, there's no signatures on them. That to me is very interesting. Keep track of that. It's very interesting that no one puts their names on these things. Anyway, B says that they're going to, what they want us to do is to rezone a residential district into a downtown marine district. Okay, Riviera Beach, a big concern right now is housing and affordable housing. They want to do away with that residential section and turn it into more marina buildings and workplaces, etc. I don't think we need to do that. That is diabolically opposed to what Riviera Beach is trying to do. Don't get rid of our residential. I didn't see the wall they were talking about there by 22nd Court, I think it was. Was that the thing? It was about this tall or so? Was that the wall they were talking about? I didn't see the wall and they didn't mention it. Okay, they don't mention, it says rezone a portion of downtown residential. Doesn't say what portion and doesn't say rezone to what. Safe Harbor says these parcels are under contract, yet there were no contracts attached here. They want a formal rezoning, eliminate downtown residential off East 22nd Court solely. That's going to solely benefit Safe Harbor. They came in, they bought a lot of property, yes, and hopefully it'll be a beautiful situation there, but they want us to rezone all of our stuff. It doesn't hurt to ask if we'll do something, give them more property than they bought, but no, we need our residential areas and we need to take care of those people down there. They came in, people have been living there, some have been living there for years, some have been living there for decades. They, in good faith, purchased that property as residential. You turn it into marina, they're going to have a hard time selling it. You're going to have interspersing of marina and residential. No, leave our residential the way it is. I think that's all there is in item B, which is what I'm speaking of.
Thank you, ma'am.
How many, a curious question. We keep talking about the staff, Mr. Sermon's staff. How many people are in your department and what are their names of those people? Is there just one person in that department? Or how many people, when we talk about staff have approved this, or staff think this is a good idea, who are those people? Thank you.
Good evening to you. My name is Travis Buffet, 37 East 24th Street. So I see their presentation. I feel like it's gone from bad to worse. A lot of the neighbors, we don't want any of the traffic in our neighborhood. We're already overwhelmed with the traffic. So Avenue D or B as a one-way, it still allows everyone to cut through our neighborhood like the racetrack the other gentleman mentioned. We have children on the streets playing, okay? So they still want to close Avenue C, which is another direct route to get out to the light, and build some Avenue D, which is just ridiculous. Why even close one road to build another one 50 feet away? But we don't even want to be part of that. We should be separated totally. The other thing is we need a buffer. There's a couple trees and everything like that. No, there needs to be 100 feet distance. Don't change the rezoning from that downtown residential. Make them put all the landscaping there that they're required. And you know what? They have that absorption everyone's talking about for the water. And it solves all the problems. We don't want the marina right next to us. We don't want them gone, but you can't put them on top of us. This is the zoning board. The zoning is so that someone doesn't store nuclear waste next to your house. They have to get approval to do this stuff. You can't change the zoning right on top of residential houses. People are going to come out their front doors and 40 feet away, there is a wall with yachts on the other side and 10,000 gallon diesel fuel tanks being refilled. Ridiculous. I got other cards. I'll let you guys go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening again, Gerald Ward, 2135 Broadway. This is a very simplified item compared to what it was last month or 2 months ago. The issue there was a falsified document under sworn notary, which has been corrected. So we're back to something that staff was notified in writing of that prior to the meeting and didn't accomplish anything. Tonight, you have a change in public access. No longer is 22nd Street proposed for abandonment. That produces a rezoning of residential in large part, which has been purchased by the developer, Safe Harbor from Texas, I guess. And it is currently their ownership, and there is no conflict now with ownerships under the sworn document. What the board needs to discuss is whether from 22nd Street to 22nd Court should be included in the rezoning. It would accomplish a buffer to the future taking of everything up to Blue Heron as waterfront, working waterfront. So it's a interesting concept that you need to discuss before you vote on this.
Thank you, sir.
Paige Parker, Peter Aruda.
Good evening, Paige Parker, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. In regards to item B, I would like to ask that this not be passed. Please do not take away our residential zoning. We are a neighborhood. Opening us up to rezoning into this marine zoning is going to open us up to further development, which is going to negatively affect our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is being adversely, negatively affected as it is, as this project stands. As you've heard, we are a neighborhood. We have kids. We have dogs. We have elderly people. We have people that have lived here for years, decades, and generations. Please give weight to the people that live in this neighborhood. Even though this is for the better of the city, please give weight to those that are here that live in the neighborhood, that live there on a daily basis. Changing this zoning is opening us up to a lot of negative possibilities that we don't even know yet, but they will be negative. We are zoned residential because we are a neighborhood. Please keep us a neighborhood. Thank you.
Peter Ruda, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. I want to thank Rivovich for looking in and changing some of the things with the roadways. I do commend you and the staff for doing a lot of stuff. I know you guys have due diligence. There is still concerns about the traffic patterns. I do live there. I go out there every morning. There is a lot of traffic still coming through there. I think there still needs to be close attention paid to it. I understand about the 34 cars. I've seen it at certain times of the day. In certain times of the morning, there are quite a few vehicles there. I think there still is going to be issues with the income and outgoing of traffic. I like the way they've reopened the 20th Street to have bigger vehicles come in for servicing and what have you. I still would like to see something done on that approach to Rivovich as an access point for their employees. That was talked about in the previous meeting 2 months ago. I would like something to be addressed with that. As far as the landscaping, I like the buffers, the fencing and what have you. I think, again, those buildings that portion the Blue Heron Boulevard, they're beautiful. I think there should be more consideration to the public as far as usage. I know when you guys close down your facility in West Palm Beach, you will have to rebuild new buildings to facilitate the workers and what have you. Please consider moving that to the side for reconstruction and having us have some of that frontage on the front Broadway to facilitate shops and restaurants and what have you. As you talked about Inlet Grove when you had the meeting there, encouraging that, encouraging the people to come forth and do that kind of thing. I welcome it. I think it's great, but there is a lot of concern in our community. It's environmentally hazardous, a lot of things that will be going on there. I think there should be close attention paid. I don't know what the values are with EPA and what have you, but there needs to be closer attention. I know you guys are working on developing ways when you wash down and do the prep on the boats. I think that should be more on the forefront versus research part of it. You should be proactive in having more stuff done towards capturing the chemicals and what have you. And your workers are still cleaning out the scrub units on the side. I just think, you're there, you're part of the facility. People need to pay attention and stop some of the things that are going on and just, help us out in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, that's it for item B.
Okay. We still have item A in the top, which is ZA 220002. There was nothing for that. So we're going to go ahead with A and B.
Okay, so on the agenda,
Go ahead.
the first item A was for SP 210017 and PA 2104. Item B was for ZA 22002, and we just closed out that item. We're now moving on to item C, which is LU 23001.
I'm sorry, I think the intention was to vote after each item. If you
Yes, the
care to
only
do
thing
that,
is
Mr.
that,
Chairman.
Mr. Sermons, do you mind?
Yes, sir.
This is what
E and F.
A is this one.
B and F code.
Viking was not ZA. That Viking with SP and PA.
Letters, different letters. Okay.
Okay. Not on the staff report. I'm sorry, Mr. Mo, I was reading the staff report with
I
A
know.
on it.
I'm aware.
Before we vote on anything, can we ask just the questions from any board member? I have a question on A and, on the coming up that we're going to vote for the two we already heard comments on. Ms.
Yes,
Shepherd,
we
you
are-
wanna
we
wait
are-
till the-
You can make me last, sir.
Mr. Brown, just let him know if you want to address it to Mr. Sermons or Mr. Pinsky or Mr. Spruce, is there his team?
I have a question on the plat again. You mentioned a palm tree easement, but I didn't see one on the plat.
Which easements?
Palm tree.
Correct, and that's why it's conditioned, the applicant must show that easement dedication on the plat. It is shown on the site plan. We added in the conditions that before this goes to city council, it would have to be reflected on the plat as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
That's the things.
Mr. Wiley?
No comment.
Mr. Gallo?
Yes, can you put up the, showing the, I guess, the resident, where the zoning, where they want us to change it? Can you put that slide back up again?
He's doing it. Yep, right there.
There it is.
Yep.
So that downtown residential piece is currently owned by Safe Harbor. That's our property. We're using it for passive use right now. We're not violating any of what's allowed in downtown residential. Because it's our property, that is why we're asking for it to be consistent with the properties to the immediate south, which is downtown core, downtown Marine. So we're not interfering with the RS8 at all. We're not suggesting that the city convert any current residential zoning and change anything or take affordable housing away or any change at all. we're asking for our property that we own to be changed to downtown Marine.
And what type of buffer will be used between that area and where RS8 is?
Okay, there's a picture. Let me see if I can fast forward here. The landscape, where's the landscape? It's Broadway. Wait, did I pass it? That's 22nd Street. Okay, so even though the code calls for a minimum, as Kurt pointed out, 12 feet, our landscape plan actually calls for us putting in 20-foot trees, so there'll be mature trees. What I think Director Sermons was trying to say earlier, that there's a minimum, and we are going well above and exceeding the minimum. We are putting in a much wider buffer than is what is required. Also putting in a 6-foot sidewalk, so you have a wall, you have landscaping on the wall, you have hedges, and you have both medium and tall trees, the sidewalk, and then the curbing. So it is much larger than what would be required. But because we know we're fronting a residential neighborhood, that's why we're exceeding that. And I don't know if you recall from 2 months ago, we showed pictures of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, other neighborhoods, and what we've done to mitigate all the impacts of any notice. And even though there will be boats on that section, actually that is not where boats are going to be. How do I reverse this? Nope, that's the pointer. How do I reverse that? Nope, go back, go back. Oh, okay, so where's that light? How did he do that?
There's no boats over there, so the boats are going to be on 22nd Street.
Is that the light? Okay, I'm not good at this. So where it says 22nd Court, where you'll see that little white building.
Right.
Okay, there it goes. That building and that area there's no boats there.
Okay.
So that is basically for just maintenance. The other gentleman that spoke earlier asked about, you're going to be moving shops. That's correct. That's where those shops are going. On Broadway, there is no shops. There is no construction. There is no workers. Those buildings on Broadway are for retail and restaurants. That's what the residents asked for. That's what the city has asked for. And that's exactly what we're putting there. So I don't want the perception to be that we're moving construction workers and working bays there. That's going in other places on the yard.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the public. Also is there anything, this is for staff, is there anything could be done along those side streets as far as to calm the traffic? On 22nd Court.
Traffic calming, I'm not aware of the necessity for it. I know our Public Works Department has strict standards on things that would impede the flow of traffic, and our fire department as well is resistant to those unless they're absolutely necessary. I think the biggest change would be, again, cutting off commercial traffic from going into the neighborhood. In our multiple visits to the neighborhood, it was pointed out to us on various occasions that these are commercial trucks going to, the boat yard that are driving through their streets. But the inability of those vehicles to go north into the neighborhood, we think would address a lot of those traffic concerns. But as far as speed bumps or anything of that nature, I'm not aware of plans for it right now. There is a process in the Public Works Department for someone to apply to request them, but they have a criteria and measurements and traffic and things like that that they look at. And it also has to be in consideration with emergency response vehicles.
Right, because I can see that being a problem with that being a straight through street, since you're going to be closing off Avenue C. So there won't be a stop sign there or anything. It's just going to be a straight through. So I can see people are going to be speeding up and down that street. I can see it.
Right, so let me make sure I understand this. So the, how did you do that green light?
Yeah,
Oh, duh.
on 22nd
Okay,
Court.
so this one-way street is first of all, the city and ourselves, we originally had a wall all the way down, just a gate for emergency. I still personally feel that is the best. And I think your city's Director Sermons may also agree with me on that one. While there are some residents here tonight, there are a lot of residents that did not want that to happen. They did not want, this is the only way to 22nd Court so they could turn left. That is why, and I call it the ingenious Terrence Bailey solution, one-way street. Only cars can come from the neighborhood. No one is allowed to go out. So the notion that was mentioned that people are going to be going out and whipping up the road, no, it's against the law. That is a one-way street. If we have to get a policeman to say, to stop it, but it's a one-way street, do not enter. So it will only be ingress from the neighborhood to queue up. So it won't be people racing up and down. The only people that will be racing up and down now will be residents that are in a hurry.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Wiley has a question.
Again, this might have been answered, but you have the pointer now.
Yep.
Show the area
Just learn
again.
how to use it.
Show the area again, just so the people at home can see where you're going to be doing the maintenance at and possibly making the most noise.
Making what, I'm sorry?
The most noise, as far as.
Oh, I think the young lady that just moved here from New York, I think what she's talking about is the Newport Cove boaters that come for the weekend. We're a 9 to 5 job. After 6 o'clock, there's no one working here. There is no noise.
Right, okay, so
I think probably what she's referring to are the boat club members.
Boat coming in, boaters. Okay.
That's all I can think of.
But as far as your organization, if this is all set up perfectly, where would the majority of the noise be coming from in your facility?
Well, our painting and our refurbishing is at this end, next to John Berry Park. But everything is shrink wrapped. So every vessel that's getting work done has scaffolding built around it and then has shrink wrap. And there's fans that take, and I know there's a gentleman that talked about, think of innovative ways. It's already been discovered. So not one drop of any chemical gets onto the ground and not a single air particle escapes. And we have a clean marina designation. We had our most recent inspection in April, and I think in February or March, we had our compliance all passed, and that's why we have a clean marina designation.
Yeah, very good. The reason why I was asking is because just noticing between the 9 to 5 hours where you be doing majority of your work, you will be further away from the wall, the residents to the north, correct? So I've kind of minimized as much as possible.
Correct.
But what you were, I guess, just the landscaping we're doing now, would that be more preventative than the wall, or the wall would be the best case scenario?
There will be a wall here. There is one resident that asked, we were going to put a wall here.
Right.
And we're still happy to do it, but there is a resident or
Got
maybe
it.
one in this
Got it.
section that has said they would rather not look at a wall, but don't mind looking at the side of the Newport Cove building. So the landscaping probably won't go as high there, but we'll do whatever the residents want.
Thank you.
I have no questions. They've already been answered. Ms. Shepherd? On B?
None.
None. Ms. Simone, can you read out B, what we're voting on for the record, please?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an application ZA 220002 from Safe Harbor Marinas, requesting a zoning map amendment from a downtown residential district designation to a downtown marine district designation, and a small portion of downtown core to downtown marine, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Anthony Brown,
Yes.
James Gallen,
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd,
Yes.
William Wiley,
Yes.
Frank Fernandez.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Now, we have any speakers for C?
Yes.
Can you bring them up, please?
Item C, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a small-scale future land use map amendment to the City of Riviera Beach Comprehensive Plan, approving an application LU 23-0001 from Safe Harbor Marinas, requesting a land use designation from downtown mixed use to a land use designation of working waterfront, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Item C, we have Brandy Davis, Balsamo, Julie Logsdon, Fane Lozman.
Good evening again. I would like to distribute the analysis that my attorney provided. I don't know if that was provided to you, so I'm going to hand that over.
Ma'am, can you look at that? That's a document. We have the
You
document.
have it. So, but, greatly expanding the working waterfront zonage, we've talked about how that creates adverse effect on our neighborhood. And I think, there were some numbers that were thrown out, and I just want to say, as someone who used to work in economic development, I do not personally put a lot of weight in those numbers, because you can just throw out whatever number you want, and no one's really going to track. No one really looks into the assumptions that are made. So, yeah, I hope it's correct. I hope we are really considering a lot of money. But I think when I talked to Mr. Sherman, he told me that the tax consideration right now for Ribo is $600,000 a year, which I think is incredibly low. And so I just, as someone who works in business and who would get, just questioned to death if I were to propose something like that, I'm surprised. But in any case, I would respectfully like to say that, when I drive and I see neighborhoods that are next to something that's noisy, what I often see? A wall, an opaque wall of trees, of vegetation. And I think that that's what's appropriate here. What I'm seeing on those maps is not opaque. I'm seeing sparse trees and a hedge and a wall, but the wall is just a visual up to here that does nothing for the sound absorption. So for us, that vegetation is there for any particle emission that's coming possibly from their property, but it's coming from also from a property that's further down in the working waterfront. And this proposal is not just to change the text amendment for, Rybovich, but it's also for all of the working waterfront. And I've heard a lot about sick buildings, and now we're talking about sick air, and there doesn't seem to be any type of comprehensive overview agency that's able to kind of really do the due diligence you would need for the type of work that they're doing. There have been 5 reports to the health department, to Florida Department of Environmental Protection about air quality issues, smelling heavy like diesel in the air. And that provokes headaches. Some people have actually sought medical attention. And no one can understand where that's coming from. And I'm not saying it's coming from Rybovich Safe Harbor, But since you don't know who it's coming from, I just question, should we be expanding operations when we can't even identify the source of problems that we have right now? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, again, I'm sorry to have to be asking my questions during my comment period, but I do want to say that one of my concerns is the accountability. When we talk about, when you tell me there's 20% pervious, I'd like to be sure that there actually is 20% pervious. When you tell me there's going to be retail, who's accountable to make sure that the retail is the kind of retail that the future city vision has in mind, which is some restaurants, some shopping, a real downtown corridor for the residents, as opposed to a marina store with, you know, deck shoes and working on tarpons and all the things related to boats, as opposed to things that residents would be looking for.
Mr. Sermons, who does monitor that? They apply for a retail license for the city, goes through your section? Restaurants, retail?
Yes, if someone wants to establish a business, they would need to get a business tax receipt. That does go through my department amongst others to ensure that the facility is appropriate for that.
But who owns the space? It's owned by Safe Harbor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the building is a Safe Harbor building, and is a certain percentage going to be designated as retail? And are we specifying that it's not boating-related retail?
Do we have any breakdown, Mr. Sermons, or is this for Mr. Pinsky?
Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, she's got a
Mr. Chair,
a minute and
wait,
26 seconds.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
wait a
Ms.
minute now. You're setting a whole different precedence. It has always been that they speak, and after everything is over, then staff will answer. We continue, we'll be here all night. We need to hear everybody.
We're just taking into consideration that it was during her time. during
And
the
I
3
know,
minutes.
but that's
Okay.
not the precedence that we
That's
set.
that's
Mr.
perfect
Chair.
then. We won't set the president. We'll continue on. So I'll ask you, well, to answer your questions at the end. Thank you, ma'am.
We want to be fair to everybody. If
Yes,
we're
you're
going to sit
absolutely
here
correct, Ms.
and
Shepherd.
take each person question and answer, we'll be here all night long.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. You are correct. Mr. Lozman.
Thank you, Lozman. I think we need to go back to 2005, 2006, 2007, and remember how we got here as far as, what did the Palm Beach County Commission? Palm Beach County Commission floated a $50 million bond to preserve the working waterfront. They realized that if that bond didn't come forward, there wouldn't be any Rybovich up there. That'd be full of a bunch of condos. So they made a decision that we needed to preserve the working waterfront, because when you go down south, you go down towards Fort Lauderdale, every place that there used to be boat yards, the Miami River, they're gone. Condo, 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 condo. And they came up with this, Warren Newell, who later went to prison for honest services fraud, he came up with the idea for the $50 million bond to preserve the working waterfront. And Riviera Beach participated in that. They took some of that money to preserve the working waterfront. It's not a secret that we're just popping up here in 2023. The council for Riviera Beach back in 2005, 2006, they made the decision. They made a lot of bad decisions, but that was a good decision to take that bond and make a commitment for the working waterfront. So it's not like this came out of thin air. This came out 18 years ago for the working waterfront. This is the working waterfront area. Residential should not be encroaching into the working waterfront area. And these people who bought these houses over whatever period of time, they always knew on the south side there was working waterfront, and that's what it was going to be. And the predecessors to this board, and not only the zoning board, but also the city council, they took part of that $50 million, they made a commitment to preserve working waterfront, and this is the project that came up here. And I think it's a great project. It's a great project for future generations. This is one of the primo last working waterfront properties because of Warren Newell and the $50 million bond.
Thank you, sir.
Bonnie Larson, Travis, and then Nora.
Bonnie Larson, item C, trying to stick with the agenda here. This is talking about, Safe Harbor wants us to make a land map amendment, changing downtown mixed to working waterfront. They have working waterfront. They bought most of it, so we need some mixed use. We need something other than marina projects in Riviera Beach. We have a downtown downtown mixed use. Leave it as downtown mixed use so we have something other than boats, boats, boats. Thank you.
Travis, Nora, and then Richard Dean.
Good evening. My name is Nora Mahoney, 2120 Broadway, these T-shirts. Well, we spent a lot of time in 2005 when we had to deal with the Treasure Coast. At that time, everybody came to the city hall until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I remember. And everybody had an input what they wanted in the city at that time. I remember I stayed there probably until 2 o'clock in the morning with the Treasure Coast team, asking us questions, what we want to have in the city. And we really agreed to have the mixed use. Hopefully you will not take the mixed use and change to the waterfront or working waterfront. They already have enough, you know? So if the people want to go to an art place, or they want to go to a restaurant, be a local, we have a lot of people who probably cook very well, but they need to be trained to have a barbecue place like they have it in the big places or in small towns, something that we don't have, something that we always wanted to have. We had to go to another town to get something to eat. So this community is close. We are not like a big city. We're not like New York. We're not like Los Angeles. We're a small city. I remember this town used to be a fishing village. Now grew up. I know that we need to change, but keep the mixed use. Don't keep it all working waterfront. I already have a neighbor that I have a problem for many years. I have a smokehouse. I had to call EPA. I have a problem with the drainage. The water with the chemicals he used to do something in the boats. So I got tired. You know, I have pictures. You don't believe me? I have pictures. I show them to them. And he changed a little bit what it used to be before we started his business next door to me. So keep mixed use. I mean, you want to have a store, you want to have a place to live, you want to have a place that you can use your bicycle, and probably go to the place that they want to have the little dock on it. You know, all kind of things. People need to walk. People doesn't need to disappear from the zero Riviera Beach from the port. 5 o'clock, guess what? It looks like a cemetery. It's really, everybody goes home and there is nothing going on. I wish I could have a pastry, a bakery somewhere that they can stay until 8 or 9 o'clock, meet your friends. You know, people sometimes got tired to be in the house. Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Dean, Gerald Ward, Manny Xavier, Paige Parker.
Again, Gerald Ward, 2135 Broadway. As Bonnie Larson said, this is another simple item. In reality, it should have been B versus C. Take up your land use before you take up your zoning. But go back to the same thing, and one of your members did try to discuss whether the area between 22nd Street and 22nd Court needed to be changed in zoning last item. The same question needs to be determined here tonight by U5. The item would be that currently it is in the full ownership of the developer. And he desires not to do the residential, which had been the previous use and is currently acceptable under the mixed use category of the land use. So take a look at that in your discussion.
Manny Xavier, Paige Parker, Peter Aruda.
Good evening. My name is Manny Xavier, 46 East 25th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida. I intentionally did not want to speak on item B, just to get a consensus as to what was going on. Not with the public here, because the residents who are also vested in those areas by purchasing homes there, they came out, well over 90% asked you to please not vote yes, do not approve it. But for some reason, other than a couple of questions, everyone voted in favor of it. I just don't understand what's going on here. They bought into that area knowing what the zoning was. Now they want to change it? Look, preserving waterfront and working waterfront doesn't mean you have to acquire more. They already have enough. So please do not lose the mixed use. I know they're saying they're going to have restaurants on the buildings and shops and whatever. I don't know where these people are going to park. Where are the clientele going to park? Show me that, because Treasure Coast came here numerous times. We had numerous charrettes. We had numerous meetings in City Hall about how we wanted Broadway to look. And right now, if you start from the southern border of Riviera Beach and head north, tell me where you're going to go eat. If you wanted to get a bite to eat. Smoothie Me Please, La Granja, McDonald's. If I'm missing one, it's probably a small shop. This is not what we wanted, so please vote no on C. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a comment from what the gentleman's saying. We're going by the comprehensive plan. I don't think we're here making up anything. We have our books in front of us. We have our agenda. We have staff here. We have our attorney here. We're going by the comprehensive plan. So when we vote yes, that means we're going by the book. At least I'm going by the book because I understand what's going on. I truly understand. So we're not here talking to one another and we're saying, hey, no. I think we all, I know they're educated, a little bit more educated than I am. I'm just the old dog in the street that's been here for a while. And I truly understand. And please don't make comments that we're sitting here all together saying yes, when we truly, I think that's why I let them go first, because these are school teachers, people that's out there that's into the real world that understands the logistics of what staff has put before us in the agenda. So don't attack us. The agenda is put before us. And we're just voting on how it, if I'm wrong, there's the attorney right there. She can stop me at any time. But I definitely understand. And I don't think it's fair that you sit here and say, vote no, when the comprehensive plan said this is into the downtown area, whatever. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Shepherd, thank you very much for that wise comments. Thank you.
Paige Parker, Peter Aruda.
Paige Parker, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. So following up on that, so I was going to make comments on C, but am I wasting my time making any comments? Because if I heard you correctly, it doesn't matter what I say, you're just voting based on a plan.
A comprehensive plan.
Okay, so does my comment mean anything on your vote?
We take it into consideration.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, because the way it sounded like it doesn't matter what we say. Okay, so I would like to say, please do not vote to change this mixed use into the working waterfront. We have enough working waterfront. It just seems that the more you change the zoning, the more opportunity there is for negative impacts that we cannot foresee today or tomorrow. But in the future, they are going to be negative. It affects the traffic. It affects our quality of life. And yes, we are here late tonight, but we live this every single day. And we will be continuing to live this every single day. So please do not vote in item C. The corridor on Broadway is our corridor to the beach. It is welcome to our beach, to our community. And if it is just dominated by boats, and someone made the equivalent, I think it was the gentleman, that it's like a car dealership. Are we gonna look like Car Dealer Row, like Okeechobee Boulevard? Well, we can't, because we don't have the infrastructure for traffic as it is now. And now you're talking about having Viking come in with 104 parking spots plus their employees. And now Rybovich and Safe Harbor with their people on the weekends, plus their employees. The traffic cannot support what we have there now, let alone keep changing it to allow more and more working waterfront and just industrial. Keep us what makes us unique and what makes us special, which is our small neighborhood, small Riviera Beach, a place that's comfortable and inviting and not intimidating by marine and just industry. We were and still should be a fishing village, a beach community. That's what our value is. And by changing these zonings over and over again, you're taking that away. You're taking away the soul and the heart of our community. And our community is Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Servant, can we make sure we set the timer, please, now on the next, the timer they didn't activate the timer. Make sure we activate the timer.
Yes, will do.
Thank you.
Peter Ruda, 2305 Lakeshore. Real quick, I'm not opposed, but opposed to the zoning of that area that they're talking about. And you brought up a good point. They are going to build buildings on the little strip of land. There's 2 buildings that are showed there on white, and there's nothing in between there. And that borders the housing. So it needs to be talked about what kind of facility and buildings they're going to be putting on that vacant land that they're going to be working. That's going to be their working headquarters for their construction people. And it is going to borderline, it's going to border the neighborhoods. I understand that the paint and construction of the boats are covered. And thank you for answering the question about the environmental thing. I didn't know that was been done to that point. I did hear that, thank you. But that bordering piece of property that they're rezoning is going to directly be connected to the residents. And you brought that up, the gentleman, second gentleman from the end there. You need to look at what they're actually developing there, what buildings, what structure is going up there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's the end of the public comment cards for item C.
Any comments from the board?
None.
Okay, Ms. Davidson already read into the record the LU 230001. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Pinsky, you want to address that?
Only available for questions. We have any questions on LU 23001?
Chair,
Yes.
the small portion that they're talking about, is that where the residential area was that we were just discussing in B?
That small portion abuts RS 8, if I recall correctly. Am I correct, Mr. Pinsky? Can you bring it up again, please? So,
Yes, sir. And I apologize. I really should have been inviting you to see the West Palm Beach facility. They're very low, low intensity bays. One is a metal working shop. Who took You're on it. Oh, wrong one. That's the Viking one. And yes, it is true that Viking did show you boats displayed on Broadway. That may be offensive to people. Our project are going to have shops. We've been talking to the city for a year and a half, encouraging to use it as an opportunity for restaurants, retail, everything that was mentioned earlier. That's what we're trying to provide to the city, and we're making our buildings available to do that. So this area in here, and let me see if I can find the actual. Okay, so these are a maintenance area that you would either store things, but they're low profile. Where these boats that come here, let me start here. These boats that come here are not boats that are produced at a facility like a Viking necessarily. These are sometimes built one every 2 or 3 years from all over the world. You can't go down to AutoZone and pick up a part. So everything that's done for these boats that come here to get work done, you have to handcraft a part. That may mean making a part out of metal, making a part out of wood. Everything is done by hand, very unique. And so that's in West Palm Beach. You'll see there's probably about 10 or 12 bays that have specialized trades that are in there. Some are electricians that work out of there. Some are marine plumbing. That's what we're talking about. We have the ability to put some behind here if need be, but this strip of land, these are existing buildings, but this strip of land is not changing. It's downtown core, which, as Commissioner Shepherd said, this is consistent with your comp plan. This is what we are offering to the city. It's up to the city's economic development arm to say, hey, we want restaurants, we want coffee shops, we want meeting places. We're just the landlord. I mean, if you can't rent it, I guess we could go market it, but we're trying to provide it to the city just for everything that was said. The city is trying to create a downtown, which you don't have. They're putting a city hall in here. This is going to become more walkable. That's what we're offering to the city. The other work that's going to be done is going to be far removed from the neighborhood. They won't even know what's going on. How do I know that? Because it's taking place in West Palm Beach right now. Those shops in West Palm Beach are right next to related 25-story condominiums. They don't even know it's there. This is an existing business. As far as economic development goes, I know there was one young lady that said, how do we know? We're not making this up. We've been operating for 15 years in West Palm Beach. Those numbers have been verified. The Business Development Board of Palm Beach County, as well as the city itself. These are verified numbers of multiplier of people that stay in hotels, eat in restaurants. This is not makeup. We're relocating to Riviera Beach. That's why we can say, what is the economic benefit? What is the job benefit? Because we've been doing it for 15 years in another location right down the street.
thank you, sir. Any other questions from the board?
May I say that, well, Mr. Penske, I have been to the Flagler
Yes, you have.
with Miss Billy Brooks.
Yes, you have.
So I know what's in there, and I know what you're going to bring. So I don't sit here and finagle in my mind what's going on. I've been doing this a long time, 18 years. I've been to the Flagler office. I've been over here to Safe Harbor. And I've been to Viking when they were there. I've been there all this time. I've been there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. If there's nothing else from the board, like I stated before, Ms. Davidson already read into the record LU 23-0001, plan application approval. And as I stated before, all approvals will have to abide with staff recommendations and conditions. Do we have a motion for LU 23-0001?
Move.
Second?
Second.
Anthony Brown,
Yes.
James Gallen,
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd,
Yes.
William Wiley, Frank Fernandez.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
We're on D. We have anything, any speakers for D?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item D, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinance, Chapter 31, Zoning, Article 8, Florida-Friendly Landscape Regulations, Section 31-609, Development Landscaping Requirements, ZA-230001, in order to allow working waterfront projects within the downtown marine zoning district and projects within the port future land use district to request to provide a contribution to pay in lieu of meeting landscaping requirements for consideration by City Council at time of site plan consideration, with associated regulations for contribution, calculation, and reserve funds allocation for future landscaping expenditures, providing for applicability, conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
Bonnie Larson, Gerald Ward, Travis.
Bonnie Larson, we talked a lot about landscaping tonight. I understand you can't have big trees if you're trying to move yachts and stuff around. I understand that. But this is going to be setting a precedent. And why is the port included in here? Why are we talking about the port there? That's a separate entity, Safe Harbor. I know Mr. Pinsky is the attorney for Safe Harbor and for the port, but we shouldn't be combining those two things. The port's a separate issue. Anyway, when they do landscaping, all right, so this is a first-time thing. How in the world do they determine what they're going to pay the city in lieu of doing landscaping? And where will that money go that they're going to pay us? Who determines that money? Where is it going to go? And also, to protect the neighborhoods, I know they put in behind us, they put in some landscaping, which was supposed to buffer the noise and the sight and whatever. No, they put in a wall, which was supposed to be 6 feet. It's only 5 feet. A council member at the time, you're going to laugh, I swear to God, this is true, said to me, and I said, that's a 5 foot, that's not a 6 foot wall. And they said, part of it's in the ground. Okay,
Wow.
How do you deal with that? Now, they put in a lot of palms, which was fine at first because, you know, they're nice and full. But we're in Florida. We know what happens to palms. They grow up. All you see now is the trunk. It is so noisy, you can't even use the background. So let's be careful what we put next to those neighborhoods in the way of landscaping, because I can tell you, we have noise all day long, because that's not the right kind of landscaping to put in. I see over there, I hear it all day long, can't even use the backyard. So let's be careful. But those are my questions. How do they determine what money they're going to be paying the city? What's going to happen to that money? And, you know, what about those residences there? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Gerald Ward, 2135 Broadway. This is a real simple text amendment, which is uniform over most of the working waterfront and some other areas, it appears. The process that you may need to get to is that it can be considered as a quote modernization of our code. We have a lot of different entities that wish to vary. Instead of getting a variance, they get pay in lieu, a pot of money. Riviera Beach is famous for having lots of pots of money. And Dennis Woodlansky, the prior finance director, city manager, Mr. Sherman always seems to be able to find money because you can go to various pots and convert them. So your job tonight is probably more to suggest that there be specifics that that money should be used for, not being the pot of landscaping money that may go for something and may not go for something. So talk about getting a recommendation that there be specifics for what the money is used for.
Julie Logston, Brandy Davis, Paige Parker, Peter Aruda.
Julie Logston, 321 East 25th. Just following on to the last comment, my question was, how much is the payment? And again, this is just for not meeting the landscaping requirement, has nothing to do with the pervious, impervious. And is it a one-time payment or is it an annual payment? And then I would ask back to the city, how are we going to ensure that that money goes to the affected area? Because I think that whether I'd like it to be annual as opposed to one time, because I think the impact is ongoing. But whatever the payment is, it should go directly and 100% to the people that it's affecting. And I would like the city to commit that that's what happens to it, if we're going to approve this. Thank you.
Hi, Brandy Davis Balsamo, 217 East 23rd Street. I want to clarify something. I'm not a young lady, so I'm a resident in the neighborhood. I don't think you want me calling you the inverse. So let's just say that. So anyway, the point about the landscaping, I think is just, it's really confusing to me because, you know, when I redid our driveway, I had to give up structure. And I was thinking about it, it's like, if I wanted to build a bigger house, I can't just build to the edge of the wall and just ask the city, hey, can I just pay you to get more out of my house? Or can I just pay you to not meet your pool requirement? I mean, that's just not supposed to be how it works, right? We have an ordinance and we have a rule, and I don't know why we're making exceptions so that they can do more on their property. That seems odd to me as a private, you know, resident owner. Like, why do they get to pay not to comply, but we don't have the same advantage? And why is it when we're considering expanding the working waterfront, which is, you know, in that future use plan, that wasn't supposed to be working waterfront. That was supposed to be downtown core. So now we're greatly expanding it. And at the same time, we're minimizing the buffer between our neighborhood and the work that's being done there. And I understand that those buildings are, I forget what they were called, but they're going to be doing metal work. I don't know if that's completely undercover or enclosed. I'd like to know that answer because I think, you know, metal in the air is dangerous for health. It's also noisy. And again, I just don't understand why we can't, we're giving all of these things. They've asked for the zoning changes, so they've got the zoning changes. They can expand, they can do maximize operations on their lands. And yet, you know, they can't just make it work so that there's a real like line of trees And I don't have to stare at that big, ugly building every night that is their warehouse marina that has the lights flashing in the back of my house. I don't understand how Riviera Beach could have residential so close to commercial. That neighborhood, there's no screening. And now we're talking about let's just let them pay and we won't plant those trees. But then that will go in the coffer somewhere so what, we can beautify, something on Singer Island? Like, come on. I mean, when are we going to put some money into this neighborhood and treat this neighborhood with respect? Because we're building over here and we're flooding in our neighborhood. And we're right up against, we're looking at the butt of boats every day at the end of 23rd Street, no screening, and yet we can continue to minimize landscaping. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paige Parker, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. Again, we're amending, we're changing, we're rezoning, we're changing ordinances, we're changing codes. And to this Article D in particular, how much is this payment going to be? When is it going to be made? Who's going to control it? Is it going to be ongoing? Trees, bushes, landscaping needs, constant maintenance, especially in our climate, with our weather, with these storms. So there's a lot of questions here, a lot of gray area. And everyone keeps talking about, well, look what they did in West Palm Beach. I'm curious to know if they did a payment in West Palm Beach in lieu of something similar to this. And we are not West Palm Beach. We are Riviera Beach. We are Lakeview Park. If we wanted to live in West Palm Beach, we would have bought in West Palm Beach. We bought in the city of Riviera Beach. And we want to stay here and we want to preserve our neighborhood. So again, this is asking for changes of ordinances, amending, rezoning, all these things that are very vague. Who's going to control this? How much money? When's it going to be paid? What's it going to be for specifically? Trees and shrubs cannot control all the noise, cannot control the light pollution. And yes, what Brandy was talking about, it's like a disco, the flashing safe harbor night in my bedroom window at night too. The air pollution, the wind blows, doesn't matter where on the campus that they're doing these buildings, and they move it around depending on the weather, which way the wind blows. So trees, shrubs do not cure it all. What type of trees specifically are going to absorb? What type of shrubs? There's a lot of questions in this that I hope y'all give special consideration to before you just vote this as yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Peter Aruda has withdrawn his comment card for item C. So that's the end of comment cards for this item.
D, correct. Mr. Sermons, can you answer some of those questions as far as the monies? I know in the past they've asked this board that when there's any monies to allot it, we cannot dictate to the city council or the city manager or where those monies are to be spent. Correct me on that. Am I correct? It's still the policy?
Not
We can
in,
recommend.
not in this case. In the proposed text amendment, staff was sure to add language towards the end of the proposed text. And I'll read it again. The city shall reserve funds provided under this requirement for future landscaping and beautification expenditures. So this would be binding language in an ordinance for the city so that any expenditures out of the account for this are restricted for that purpose. So any approvals that the finance director is given would have to be for this purpose. This is not the first time we've done this. Again, with the last development, the site plan that was approved within the bounds of the Port of Palm Beach, there was a similar concession made for the realization that landscaping isn't practical within a working waterfront port, such as the Port of Palm Beach. And that's initially when this fund was created, and there's funds in there that are restricted only for landscaping and beautification done by the city. This would enshrine it in ordinance so that it is a model that can be used in the future.
Right, we understand that in previous project, we've asked the city council, recommended, advised them, but for the city of Riviera Beach in general,
Correct.
not for a specific location.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry, I misunderstood the first part of that.
Thank you.
I do, to some of the other questions asked, excuse me, the port is included in this for that very reason. There was a similar concern when they came through with their site plan that we are not able to meet the landscaping in this area. So that's why this language is specific to the working waterfront future land use, as well as the Port of Palm Beach future land use. The contribution is calculated based on the amount of landscaping that would be required. There's a breakdown of this calculation in the packet in your backup. So if they would have been required to have a landscaped area 20 feet deep by 150 foot wide, the amount of sod that would take per square foot, the number of street trees required per whatever the off-center measurement is, every 20, 25, 30 feet, a street tree is required, ornamental trees. Our landscape code is very prescriptive as what landscaping is required there. They have to do the calculations and provide that from a landscaping professional to show what the amount for all of those installations would be. That calculation is in your packet, and it can be reviewed, and that number has to be sent to us by the landscape architect, and that's how we verify what the contribution fee would be in this situation, again, if this text is approved in ordinance.
But we don't have a fixed number per se.
No. There's a fixed number of required landscaping, and whatever the cost is at that time for a tree or for a hedge, that's what this that contribution amount would be based off of.
Right, but we don't have a number for this project yet. Like
Yes,
you
it's
do.
in your packet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Sherman, they keep talking about you all cutting back the landscaping, et cetera, et cetera. Why do we not put a wall there? Why not put a wall to separate them from, I'm just asking. I don't know.
Between the residential neighborhood and this
Yes,
development?
in the neighborhood, because they, I keep hearing, and I have experiences, so I know it's true. Some of the fumes is coming out of there. I don't know what the wall will protect it or stop it. I know the trees will not stop fumes from seeping into the neighborhood. And I'm trying to figure out, why do we not put the wall there?
There is a wall there. There is additional landscaping in front of the wall, but there is a wall along that portion and then along Broadway as well, where they have temporary landscaping installations in lieu of their future buildings. There's a wall in that portion as well. So I believe 6-foot masonry with multiple rows of landscaping ahead of it.
Maybe I'm talking about
8 feet?
Maybe I'm talking about the wrong wall. I'm talking about there on 22nd Street where they used to have the big containers. I noticed you took the containers away. Is that the wall they keep talking about, or am I missing something?
Yes, you are correct. We are exceeding the requirement. We're putting an 8-foot wall on 22nd Court, in addition to the 20 to 30-foot trees and the extra wide hedging and shrubbery.
Okay, well, they
Hedge,
keep
trees, shrubs.
They keep saying you're cutting back with the shrubs. I don't, now that part I don't get. What are you cutting back? Or what are they talking about you're cutting back?
We're not cutting back. We're
Okay.
exceeding.
Okay.
We're not required to put an 8-foot wall. We are putting an 8-foot wall. We're not required to put 20-foot trees in. We're starting at 20-foot trees. We're going over and above. We don't have to go to 8 feet. We only have to go to 5 feet. We're going to an 8-foot wide buffer. We're going to a 6-foot wide sidewalk. We are putting extra buffering height, wall, etc. So whatever comments that you were hearing about we're doing minimum is factually not correct.
I'm just curious of what's going on.
Mr. Brown, do you have anything?
Nothing.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just briefly add to what Ms. Shepherd was saying early on, what I was saying about landscaping are the minimums. but they are going over and above the minimums in terms of landscaping. There's been a lot of discussion, if I may add this last point, about land use. I have a copy of the future land use element within our comp plan, and in that comp plan, it talks about working waterfront. It's been talked about a lot. The definition of working waterfront land use is commercial fishing, vessel construction and repair, marine-related repair and construction, marine commerce, research, services, and sales, marine-related defense industry and related manufacturing and support services, inside and outside boat storage, and related uses including boat ramps, marinas, and waterfront restaurants. The city will continually promote policies to encourage businesses and those that service them requiring deep water access. Transitions between working waterfront properties and existing residential streets will be managed using transitional flexible spaces. That sounds a lot like what they're proposing with the working waterfront expansion. In addition, the DR district that you've been hearing talked about, that is owned by the applicant, and those lots, they're not residential, they're vacant as far as I know. And so the odds of them becoming residential are pretty low. And you've also, and Ms. Shepherd, you also heard Mr. Pinsky just mention about the height of the wall, landscaping, hedging, trees, going over and above the minimums. That's the buffer, 22nd Court, and those residences on the north side of 22nd Court. If I also may, Mr. Chairman, talk mixed-use land use designation. The downtown mixed-use category provides for a wide range of uses, including retail, commercial, residential, restaurant, entertainment, civic, parks, marinas, and boardwalks. Again, you saw along the western part of their property, which will stay in the downtown mixed-use land use, where you've heard Mr. Pinsky indicate they'll set aside for restaurants and so forth. We can provide the framework for restaurants to come in, but we have to, if I could create a restaurant, we would, but see, restaurant owners would have to come in, but they're creating a framework for that to happen by maintaining the downtown mixed use along the Broadway corridor. In addition, those buildings, a basic planning corollary talks about screening and the use of using that screen to separate adverse uses from other uses. Those buildings will be used to screen the storage portion of the boatyard from the street, in this case, from the Broadway corridor. That is the nature of planning, is to create screening for adverse uses, particularly in areas like this. Riviera Beach has a unique situation geographically where they have a harbor or the intracoastal. Very few cities that I know of have that type of layout, and I've been doing this kind of stuff for 30 years. When I lived in Washington State, in the Seattle area, they have Puget Sound, a harbor. And along that area, you had boat uses, but you also had the Seattle fish market. Okay, so you had a harbor, and then you had a commercial fish market. You have the same type of thing that could happen here, similar to what happens in Seattle, or adjacent to the Puget Sound area. It's just a matter of trying to get an economic generator to make that happen. This might be that generator, but it all depends upon whether or not you want to go ahead and approve this. So the downtown mixed use created along Broadway creates that commercial buffer. The working waterfront behind it is what's being created to allow the types of boat use marinas that you see in other cities. I spent some time in Seattle. I used to live there. Very similar. What could happen here is already happening in Seattle. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some concerns about parking. I know, what is that, the boatyard that's on, what is it, 20th Street? As we go out, and these T-shirts and those little buildings there, I think it's a key place or whatever, there's nowhere for them to park. There's nowhere for them to park. So I am kind of reluctantly stepping back and trying to take it all in, that if we block this off, we block that off, then we're gonna block off these businesses that's been there way before I got here. And I think it's only fair that, I don't know what to say. I really don't. But Rybovich is here. That's their property. I can't stop them. But I do want to have compassion of these businesses, mom and pop deals that's been there. The big boatyards are taking over all the parking. And these little shops. I mean, I don't understand how the comprehensive plan could put in for Rybovich, which is a big operation, and we don't, as a city, see these small shops trying to flourish. They don't have any parking. So if they come in now, where are these people gonna park? That's my only concern, Mr. Chair.
If I may, Mr. Chair, as far as a couple of responses, as far as to Chair Member Shepherd's concern, that was on the radar of staff as well when we were working with this applicant, and that's why the new cuts through street being created, Avenue D, will have parking on both sides. And that was mentioned several times at the previous Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Well, why is there parking along that street? And it was for that very purpose. We know the Mahonies and some other businesses there have expressed to the city for years that it's important to them in their business to have parking spaces. So staff was mindful of that and ensured, even in spite of resistance from the applicant, that those spaces stayed there. So we do believe that in the places possible and reasonable, we've considered those who are already in this area, the business community as well as the residences, and a lot of the things that we push for and conditions and amenities included in this. And to an earlier point, when the payment will take place for the landscaping in lieu, the condition number 9 that's in your staff report, and that would be in the associated resolution if and when this goes to council, the payment for landscaping must be remitted prior to the issuance of any permits for this project. So the timing for that, civic open space, the bus shelter, street construction, the amenity at the end of 22nd Court, staff is very mindful of the fact that we want to make sure that the applicant follows through on these and that there's time milestones associated with them so we can inform the community of when they can expect these things to be in place, because those are a big part of what they are bringing here is the enhancements and amenities for the community.
So who's monitoring that money? Who? The city or CRA, who's monitoring these funds is going in that will make sure that whatever need to be done in that neighborhood is done? Who is the overseer of that money?
The short answer would be the finance director.
Okay.
They have the list of all of the accounts, including the restricted accounts that could only be utilized for certain purposes. And in most cases, it either has to be in the annual budget of the city, or if there is a opportunity that comes up for beautification and the city wants to utilize funds, a specific resolution would have to be written and approved by council saying what account the money is coming out of and what the purpose of that fund will be. So that's how we ensure that these funds that are earmarked for certain purposes only go to what
That
that
money
is.
will be protected.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, man.
My question is just for clarification. just to make sure that we understand and people at home understand the location that we have, because we had the picture up here where they had side by side. What we're doing now is just approving a different area that the same applicant already owns the whole property, correct?
You referring to the rezoning request?
Right. So the same person owns the same property, but it's just zoned differently in different parts of it, correct?
Correct. All of the properties subject to the rezoning request are in the ownership and or control of the applicant here. So they're requesting these changes for their property, not for anyone else's.
Absolutely. So that's why I want clarification for people at home to be able to understand that this is their property, and it's just saying basically, I now want to cook in the living room. I can go to another area now and just make different rules and regulations for that area. So it's still their property. It's not affecting anyone else. They just want to be able to do more with it.
That's correct. The city does not, the applicant has acquired these properties over several years.
Right.
The city does not control land transactions. So if the person who owned the residence that was previously there sold to them, the city doesn't have an ability that I'm aware of to stop that transaction from taking place. And the new owner has the right to request, a rezone.
Exactly. Good. I just want that clarification for people at home, because again, I heard someone say, of course, I mean, I've been here for my whole life, that we want more restaurants and we want more things for us to be able to do here in our community. But we have to first attract the people who want to be able to do so, to be able to come here with a restaurant or with these kind of facilities. And hopefully, like I said, been bringing in new organizations may bring in the attraction to bring more people here to actually be able to fulfill that, because that's the first thing I want done on Blue Heron and possibly Broadway. We have the space for it. So just wanted clarification so everyone understands that far as just the rezoning areas being rezoned just so they can do more in their area. And also for restaurants, we're only here to approve what's in front of us as far as the rules and regulations. That's the only thing we can approve, not what we want, but what they bring to the table.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. There's no other questions on the board. Ms. Davidson already read into the record the development landscaping requirement ZA 230001. Do I have a motion for ZA 230001 with the staff recommendations and conditions?
So move.
Second. Anthony Brown,
Yes.
James Scanlon,
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd. Yes. William Wiley,
Yes.
Frank Fernandez.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, we're now on E. Moving forward, if you have the same comments that somebody else already made, give us a different comment because we've already heard it. So who's up for E?
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan SP 22-0014 request from Safe Harbor Marinas to target the area from East 21st Street north to East 22nd Court, between Broadway Street on the west and Avenue B on the east. These two blocks will be combined into an overall Safe Harbor/Rybovich campus site plan, including additional marine service areas, maintenance buildings, a parking garage, and contractor buildings on approximately plus minus 23.99 acres of land, plus minus 949,000 square feet, generally located at 1900 Broadway Street, provided for conditions of approval, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes. For item E, we have Travis, Mike Mahoney, Christina Hebert. I think Travis is gone for the evening, so we have Mike Mahoney, Christina, and Al Lehman.
Good evening. Mike Mahoney. I own two buildings in Riviera Beach, 2120 Broadway and 2135 Broadway. I've been in and out of Riviera Beach for over 63 years. So I've heard everybody here tonight. I've heard everything for the last 30 years in this city. Same thing over and over again. I'm basically here tonight, and I'm happy to see that Safe Harbor changed the blockage of 22nd Street. I'm happy to see that. I want to work with you guys if you give me the opportunity. Anyways, in my opinion, like some gentleman up here said, and I think everybody could agree, you know, we needed somebody to come into the city with some money. I've seen developers come and go into the city for the last 40 years. Similar ideas as Safe Harbor, not as much money, not as big as plans, but they've all seemed to go the other way because of the council, the mayor, the police chief, everybody. They come into these meetings like this, they get discouraged. Somebody says something about something, developers don't want anything to do with Riviera Beach. Now we see these guys come in, and I've seen a lot of improvements since the last meeting I've been here to my benefit. And I think if everybody works together, you've got the Department of Health, you've got the Department of Environmental Protections, which we've been using for the last 30 years to take care of problems with our neighbors. And it's gotten better, but I see nothing but good things coming out of this. But I think, you know, you've got the agencies that can work with you. And we made it through the eminent domain takeage, talking about problems back in 2005. The eminent domain thing came in, and the mayor and city council, I guess everybody at that point had wanted to deem most of Riviera Beach as being a blighted city. And they wanted to take everything out, homes, businesses, everything. And we're still here, but we've been fighting for the last 25, 30 years that I've been here, from day one. Code enforcement, smoke issues, fumes issues, everything. And it's gotten better. But I think what Safe Harbor is projecting and what you can do about it, I think everybody's going to be okay. So, you know, good luck with that. And I hope to work with you guys because I've got some issues because I do believe they acquired the properties on each side of me, the boathouse, if I'm not mistaken. So we have some current issues going on, which I'd like to sit down and talk to you guys about. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening. Christina Hebert, Chairman, CEO, and President of Wards Marine Electric. We are a third-generation family business. We started in 1950. Here today, I also have my brother, who is the Chief Operations Officer, our Sales Manager, and our General Manager. And collectively, just between the three of us, and the oldest person's 56, sorry, we have over 120 years with our company just here tonight. But for the last 20 plus years, we've had a location at 999 West 17th Street. Sorry, I forgot my address. And for the last 3 years, we've had two locations in Riviera Beach. And why do we have that? And I will say that tonight, Riviera Beach and Rybovich have done one thing. We have heard that this is a global facility, but what they have done is brought a market to the East Coast of the United States, not only Palm Beach County, but the East Coast of the United States, that these boats will come here. They have the deep water, and they have the capabilities of getting them out of the water. That creates the economic cycle. That creates the jobs. That creates the high-paying jobs. We're all hiring. We all want to hire. We want to be able to have, we pay the highest paying jobs in the state of Florida, something along 47% higher than any other average. We're willing to train, and we want to be here a long time. But I also want to offer one other perspective from a small business. When you see a facility like that, Rybovich is providing us a home and providing us an opportunity, but they create tens of thousands of hours of labor that's filled by small businesses. So I kind of want to reach out to the neighborhoods and say that it's not only Rybovich or the city, but I have my phone number on every car that we have. If I drive down your street and the phone number is on there, my extension is 124. Jason is located in Riviera Beach. My brother, the other owner of the company, is located in Riviera Beach. We all have regulations we have to adhere to. We're electrical. We all have rules we have to abide by, but it's up to these small businesses to make sure that we can mix together. And I will tell you, there's two other facilities. Lauderdale Marine Center is in Fort Lauderdale, in the middle of a neighborhood. They have community events. They work together. If there's a problem, it's addressed. Newport, Rhode Island. You pull out of the shipyard, to the left is houses, to the right Stain Street, but they work together and they have been able to do so. And I'm not saying it was easy and I don't have all the answers, but there is a precedent set. And I do think that, again, hold me accountable. If I'm polluting or if I'm doing something or if my cars are going down the road, as a small business, we'll own up to that. And again, Rybovich is giving us the opportunity and we are in support of this site plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Lehman, Gerald Ward, Nason,
Good evening, Jamie Lehman, 237 East 25th Street. My questions this evening, does any Riviera Beach commissioner have investments in Rybovich, Safe Harbor, Sun Communities, Inc., or an entity called Same Communities? Do you know if the properties in this Safe Harbor project are owned or controlled by Safe Harbor, Sun Communities, Inc.? Whose name is the project in? Does Rybovich, Safe Harbor, Sun Communities, Inc., or Same Communities have any other contracts with the city of Riviera Beach? Has the public seen those contracts? Is it lawful for Riviera Beach commissioners to hold two government positions at the same time? Is Same Communities listed in the Florida Division of Corporations? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Gerald Ward, 2135 Broadway. 4 items maybe I could get through in 3 minutes. Actually, the clock is now only 1.5 minutes and I just started. There we go. So one of these things that happens when you get up too many times. Anyway, the drainage, just quickly, drainage down here, I think is going to be controlled and solved and taken care of by South Florida Water Management District. So it's not Safe Harbor's problem, it's the city's problem. Prior CDEC, 1996 to 2016, ended up with 2 joint participation agreements with DOT that we had to do Avenue E. Avenue E is a great contributor right now to water down 22nd Street in particular, that causes substantial problems with heavy rainfall. That has to be addressed. Number 2 would be security. We talk about the guard gate went away, and in the last plan, the guard gate was a major security function of Safe Harbor. They were very silent tonight on what the new security issues are, and that should be a board issue. The police department, did they weigh in with new memos with the new plan? The third issue has to do with the mini park at the end of 22nd Court. Unfortunately, I represented the property owner to the north on the end of that street from the 1970s to the 1990s. And he actually built a mini park, including city. And it wasn't really a great problem. What was the problem was the maintenance. As he got old, he didn't have time to replace wood, replace paint, take care of the cleanup. So you need to have maintenance, and that needs to be addressed. Who's doing that by this process? And lastly is probably the biggest problem, traffic. I've heard, oh, traffic is not going to be a problem, but nobody has projected in relation to the new city hall. Safe Harbor ought to be committed as part of this approval process for a site plan to participate as the traffic demands are evidenced with actual facts and with the future of a city hall 22nd to 23rd Street. So somewhere along the line, your board needs to address a lot of problems with the site plan.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Nason with the Nason Yeager Law Firm. I do represent the Viking Group. The Viking Group, this modified site plan that Safe Harbor has presented falls well short of solving our access issues. And Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to be able to walk you through this brief package, and if we could get these distributed. Okay, thank you. If you look at Exhibit A, this is in yellow. You'll see the Safe Harbor site plan area. Green is the Viking facility, the northern facility on the water. Right now, we have straight access in from East 21st Street. This site plan contemplates abandonment of East 21st Street and routing our traffic and deliveries through East 22nd Street, taking a sharp right-hand turn onto Avenue B, and then taking another sharp left-hand turn into our facility. You'll see Exhibit B of the packet is the modified site plan that Safe Harbor is proposing today. It does include some turning radius improvements. It is a little better, but it doesn't do what it needs to do for us. And by that, I take you to Exhibit C. You'll see that in order for us to make a sharp left turn into our facility, there are two dry slips that we're going to lose the use of. So that's where boats get outfitted and retrofitted once they're ready to be worked on, and then they're put back in service. But we'll lose two slips, and that's assuming we can even get a trailer that is the size necessary to do that. So that brings us to what I deem to be probably the biggest problem. If you look at Exhibit D, on May 15th, Viking ran a trial run of a tractor trailer that would be suitable for trailering down the Valhalla 55-foot open fisherman, which will be done down here, and it's done in fact today. But we contacted Safe Harbor, and Safe Harbor staked out the larger turning radii. And if you look at this particular exhibit, we brought that truck down, and we couldn't make the turn. So you'll see it right there, trying to make the turn. It's onto the median, or not the median, the sidewalk. And that second page that you see, that's Exhibit E, I guess. Yeah, that's the back view of the same trailer trying to make that turn. It could not make the turn. So we don't even know if that could access that next left-hand turn that it would have to make. But, unless and until Viking's access issues are adequately addressed, we object to the site plan, we object to the abandonment of Avenue 21, and we object to the replat that relies on abandonment of East 21 Street. Thanks so much. Appreciate your attention.
I thought I had asked if this was resolved before our meeting tonight. After the last meeting, I thought the attorneys for Viking and Safe Harbor were going to get together to resolve some of these issues, so it's not thrown at us at the last minute during our meeting. Did I miss something?
An applicant can
Mr.
speak to
Pinsky,
this.
did I miss something?
You missed nothing.
Okay. Can you
put our I have it on here. Up on the screen. So what's changed? You asked for us to get together, and we did. And this is not new. We have been, we've been working with Viking for years, and there's never been an issue of them getting into the yard and accessing. What's new and what's changed since the last meeting is what you approved earlier tonight. You approved a Valhalla manufacturing facility. That facility is going to manufacture 55-foot boats. They don't do that now. That's why there's no problem now. When we were contacted by Viking, we explained to them, great, that's what this is for. As heavy of a truck that you want to come in, bring it in. This happens often, oversized loads. No, we want to try to come in on 21st Street, on 22nd Street to try it out. Okay. So we said, okay, you don't want to use the designated entrance, then we'll go and try 22nd Street. So last week, they arrived with a trailer. First, I want to show you a picture of 21st Street, the way it is right now, and why 21st Street would just never work. This is 21st Street. You can't bring a tractor semi down the street. That's why we're using 20th and 22nd Street. So the notion that this would remain as the main entrance to bring in tractor semis is just not tenable at all. So here's what happened. Last week, their trailer, the tractor trailer, left their facility at 16th Street. This is what happened on Broadway. It jumped the median, jackknifed. They couldn't even get out of their own facility. Now, this is probably going to happen a dozen, 15, 18 times a year, every time they've finished one. Why are they doing this? Because after they're finished working on their basic 55-foot hull, they have to bring it down to the safe harbor location, go through our yard and take it to their yard to finish the tuna tower, the upper decks of the boat, and finish it. This is the only way that they've come up with to do it. Now, what you didn't realize when you approved their plan tonight, their traffic study was patterned after a 55-foot truck. Our site plan patterns for 67-foot tractor semi. Their test run was with a 91-foot trailer. Can you imagine? It's bad enough in the morning when we get caught by an FEC train, if this happened and what it would do to traffic. Then they finally realized 22nd Street was the only street they could turn. Why? Because there's a cut in the median. There is no cut in the median on 21st Street, as you all know. They would have to jump the median again just to go down 21st Street. So asking to keep 21st Street is going to ruin that median and tie up traffic. The only way they could come in would be 22nd Street. And even in this case, they almost took out his telephone, the light pole, and thank God that truck was pulled enough back. What they need to be doing is coming in at 20th Street, or they could shuttle the vessels by water 500 yards. But asking to abandon this site plan in lieu of 21st Street that would never handle that trailer is just not right. This is a new problem that's been created, Mr. Chairman, that we've been trying to work out. Will we work it out? Yes, we actually have a new plan. And that new plan that we've tried to explain to Viking earlier today calls for a configuration that will, we're getting there. My finger's getting tired. Okay. Nat Nason, who's a good friend and I respect and I actually love him and I send him Christmas cards. He's correct. We have made this wider. We actually believe, certainly for the next 2 years, but we actually believe if we can get with Viking, we can actually move this parking lot a little bit further this way. We're not ready to do it because we don't have, Vikings, we got to do another test run. But we believe if we move this slightly, they'll be able to come down and in fact, then swing out and turn left. They still have the option to use 20th and they still have the option just to bring it in by water. Thank you.
Thank you for clarification. Go ahead. Briefly, please.
Very briefly, we don't have legal access through 20th Street. That's Safe Harbor's property. And so that's a loose end, which is not legally available for us to pull onto. And let me also say that, Viking is committed to trying to work through this, but as we stand here right now, we don't think the problem has been adequately fixed with the existing site plan. That's the reason for my attendance tonight. That's the reason why I'm objecting. We do want to work with Safe Harbor. If an adequate solution can be found, we're all for it. Thank you.
Mr. Pinsky, what's the issue with granting them access to 20th Street with Viking?
There is no issue. Actually, 20th Street is available to Viking now. We've actually offered to Pat Healy, who you heard earlier tonight, saying we will actually use our travel lift and haul and pick their boat up for them if they would just use 20th Street. We've already verbally said that to Pat Healy and made that commitment. They're still hanging on to 21st Street, but that truck would jump the median at 21st Street. They can't do it. The only places they could come in to swing wide would be 20th or 22nd Street. Those are the only places you can swing that truck wide. So yes, they can use 20th. It's not, yes, it's our property, but Viking uses that now. When they get an oversized load, that's what they use now. The addition is we've offered to take it out with our travel lift and lift the boat off for them and drop it off at their property. It'll get worked out. This isn't even a food fight. This is something that's being worked out. You asked it to be resolved. What we didn't realize was the size of the truck that they are bringing. We think we have a solution. We talked to Pat Healy about it tonight. He said, okay, I want to see it, put it in writing.
Exactly,
So
put it in writing,
So
please.
it's being worked out.
Okay.
But I just don't want to leave on the record that somehow this site plan is hurting their business. This is a new issue that came about from your approval of their site plan tonight.
Thank you for working it out, and especially in writing. Hold on. Ms. Davidson, there's a gentleman here that says he would like to speak. Do you have his card?
Mr. Maury, your item,
My item's 21st Street right now.
the card that you provided was for the public comment, a general public comment card.
Let me help you fill it out then. 21st Street, your item is 21st.
Go ahead. Okay.
Chair,
Okay, go
can you
ahead.
just let him
Go ahead.
speak?
All right?
Yeah, just let us speak to Ms. Davidson. Thank you.
They can buy out the little gift store that's at the corner of 21st Street. That's my street, lot 11 and lot 12. They still owe me $500,000 for that land. The owner, the previous owner. I got him right here. That's him, the previous owner. I've been working with him for 15 years, and all he did was screw me. That's all he did. So he knows at some point, I'm going to be a city official in Boston. I'm going to subpoena him up there. An official can subpoena him. You can't bring him in a court system. But the shell shop, right in the corner, they can buy the shell shop. They can buy that shell shop. It's nothing. They can buy it like that and make the swing. Leave 21st Street alone. Me and Bob Healy, the Viking Yacht guy, we're together. This lawyer spoke, we're together on it. Everybody here is with me on this right here. This guy broke the law, and I'm gonna bust him for it with the law.
All right, thank you,
The
sir.
FBI and everybody else, we're gonna bust this guy.
Thank you, sir.
And don't forget, Debbie Watson Schultz. She Congressman from Fort Lauderdale. She's with me. She's not with him. So he did something wrong, and we're gonna bust him. They could buy the shell shop.
Good
They
luck,
could
sir.
that parking lot deal. They could swing that rigger around.
Good luck, sir, and thank you. Ms. Davidson?
Manning Xavier, Fane Losman, Bonnie Larson.
Fane Losman. Somebody just mentioned the seashell shop on 21st Street. When I moved here in March of 2006, I went there to buy some seashells. The woman was crying hysterically, Virginia Merchant. She got a letter from Viking where it said, you either sell, where she said, you either sell our property for this sum of money, or we're gonna take it via eminent domain and go blank yourself. Viking is a bunch of thugs because on May 11th, May 11th, 2006, Governor Bush signed Florida's anti-eminent domain bill, meaning you couldn't use eminent domain to take the private property, give the private development. Viking showed up May 10th, the day before, and signed a development agreement with the city. There was a couple corrupt people on that city council, and they said, we beat you by a day, Governor Bush. I talked to Governor Bush, and I said, they didn't give reasonable notice of the Sunshine Law. The biggest thing in the city's history, they have to give reasonable notice. They were going to take 2,200 homes, including all these people who are complaining all the way up to Blue Heron, and they were going to give them to Viking in a $2.4 billion redevelopment deal. I killed that deal. Governor Bush sent the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I filed a lawsuit that I paid for. Pacific Legal Foundation filed a lawsuit. Institute for Justice filed a lawsuit. We killed that deal. No one lost a home up there where all these people complain tonight. Only person who lost his home was I did. They took my floating home, destroyed it. And the only person who lost a home, everybody in this room that's complaining about it should thank me for saving your home from being given to Viking, who are a bunch of bullies. Viking, you know what? You know why they came here for Rybovich and the marina in 2010? Because Viking was broke. They didn't have the money. That's why they cut the deal with Rybovich. They for 5 years, they kept renewing this big plan. They were going to do the redevelopment plan. It never happened because Viking didn't have the money when the 2008 economy fell apart. Don't let Viking BS you, for lack of a better word. The only people that's done anything that said they were going to do was Rybovich. And now Safe Harbor bought Rybovich. You look at the history of Viking, they've been a cancer on what they said they were going to do here. They never did it. Now they're coming in saying, well, we want to take apart and put some other road in. They're not entitled to anything, okay? They have a little facility over there. They don't have a big 40-acre facility with a travel lift pulling up mega yachts. They're talking about some ding-dong 55-foot boat. I would tell them to take a hike. You were given a chance in 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You couldn't make it happen. Rybovich has made it happen, and it's just tough luck. Mike.
Thank you, sir.
Bonnie Larson, to make a correction, Mr. Fane, the city was going to take all of Riviera Beach along Broadway and all in the CRA from West Palm Beach to Park Avenue. We're well aware of that. Our homes were all going to be taken to be given to Viking. We would have to get out. A friend of mine got 2 letters saying, get out by this date. She had a brain tumor because of it. She got so upset about it. So Riviera Beach has not always been kind to its residents. So anyway, I just want to make that statement that it was a lot longer than just from Blue Heron. It was the whole length of Riviera Beach. I have a question about, we're on E now, because I don't understand it. It said they have a request to target the area from East 21st Street to East 22nd Court. What does that mean? Target the area between Broadway on the west and Avenue B on the east. These 2 blocks will be combined into an overall Safe Harbor Rybovich campus. What does that mean? They will be combined into an overall Safe Harbor campus. I don't understand what that means. They talked about putting in Avenue D, said there would be parking for small businesses because they put in that Avenue D. And earlier tonight, it was said that Avenue D, the new Avenue D, there was never one before, would only hold 4 cars. That's not really a big improvement to those small businesses which don't have any parking. The 2 buildings that they want to put up right along Broadway at the last meeting, they wouldn't say what was going in there. They just completely avoided that. Someone asked, is it going to be restaurants? Is it going to be shops? What's it going to be? They wouldn't answer that question. Now tonight, we're talking a little differently, but if they put those 2 buildings along there, where is parking for that going to be? Whatever is in there, there's no parking. So what is the plan for those 2 buildings, which they wouldn't tell us last time, and where are those people going to park? Thank you.
Thank you.
Paige Parker, Peter Aruda.
Paige Parker, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. In regards to E, again, a request. That sounds like you do have the option to approve or deny it. And the part that really bothers me is the additional marine service areas, which means additional traffic, additional pollution, noise pollution, air pollution, additional maintenance buildings, again, additional parking, additional traffic, parking garage, additional contractor buildings, more traffic, more noise pollution, more air pollution. And I was really hoping to go after the gentleman lawyers, because it seems like when the gentleman lawyers get up and speak, everyone listens. But when us residents get up, we seem to be treated like collateral damage. They can ask questions, they can come up back and forth and have questions answered, not at the end, but right now. But you've denied some of us in the audience that opportunity. So I just wanted to point that out, that it seemed a little unfair that when the gentleman lawyers get up and speak, everyone listens. Everyone sits up, asks questions. But when us residents get up, it seems like we're treated a little bit differently, not taken as seriously. Please take us seriously. We live there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, once again, I live at 167 East 23rd Street, so I live in Lakeview. And I take things very serious. Anybody know me, I take things very serious. I don't talk because of sunshine, or we do not talk. So I don't know how they're thinking or what they're thinking. By the time I get here, I let them talk first so I can hear what they're talking about. And then I go to staff. And when staff explain it to them, we have a procedure here. This is not all over the place thing. When they come and present their case, they're here to present their case. Then the residents come up and speak. We have an opportunity to hear you as volunteers. Staff has the right to answer you, but it's always been after everybody spoke. They are the applicants here. That's why they're here. It's not that we're listening to their lawyers. I'm listening to them as well as you. And the one thing I think I am is very fair. And I become very resentful when people get up here and tell me how I'm thinking, because I've been doing this a long time as a volunteer. It'll be 18 years in June. So I think I'm very fair. And when people stop and talk to me on the street, I listen. I went to 4 of their meetings and 1 with the mayor. And never once did they know how I was thinking. And I just don't like how you get up here and make that allegation. When I live in Lakeview, I am there. I smell the fumes. I see the water and everything running. So please don't imply it. I don't know about them, but I'm not taking it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Anything else on the board on E? Any questions or anything? If there's no other questions, Ms. Davidson already read site plan approval SP 22-001.
Mr. Chair, I still have 2 comment cards.
Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Um,
I'm sorry. I didn't see them. I didn't see them standing up there waiting to talk. No problem.
We were asked to read it into the record. So I still have 2 cards to read into the record, if I may.
Into the record.
Michelle Inman, 224 East 22nd Court. I do not wish to speak, but would like the following comments read into the records. We support the growth and believe in all of the projects, with exception to the observation deck. We would ask for seawall repairs only. Eliminate access to the boat club from 22nd Court. Thank you. And the next one is from Kim Sessa, 2200 Broadway. Resolution asks for the approval of a site plan request made by Safe Harbor that includes property that belongs to me and not to Safe Harbor. I operate a locksmith business on the east side of Broadway between East 22nd Court and East 21st Street. This is the second time Safe Harbor has made ownership claims to my property. And that's it for the items regarding item E. For comments regarding item E.
And last comment, is that the same issue with the PCN numbers that we already took care of, or Mr. Sermons? Do you have that address? Did she give her PCN number?
Mr. Chair, staff did check, and the property reference is not included in what was provided tonight.
Perfect. Thank you. Any board member have any questions on E? There's no questions on E. As I stated earlier, Ms. Davidson read into the record SP 220014 site plan from Safe Harbor. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Anthony Brown,
Yes.
James Gallen,
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd,
Yes.
William Wiley,
Yes.
Frank Fernandez.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
We're now on F, Ms. Davidson.
Item F, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a replat from Safe Harbor Marinas to replat PA 23-0002 plus minus 23.99 acres of contiguous lots of record into a single parcel of property totaling approximately plus minus 23.99 acres, plus minus 994,000 square feet of land area regarding properties located from East 21st Street off North to East 22nd Court between Broadway streets on the west and Avenue B on the east, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. For items F, we have public comment cards from Paige Parker, Peter Aruda, Richard Dean. I'll get to you, Mr. Moore. Paige Parker.
Paige Parker, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. So with this item F, going back to the light at 22nd Street and what they were talking about, the tractor trailers, they're pretty much talking about and proving our argument, or at least my argument, about the traffic. So they have been talking about tractor trailers, blocking traffic, trucks getting jackknifed. This is going on. It's going to continue to go on. The more that properties are allowed to be combined, rezoned, repurposed, more traffic. And the study about the light, where there's up to 40 cars that can come through at 9 o'clock in the morning when everyone's trying to go through the one light at 22nd Street, which has been broken for I don't know how many months now. Half of the light works, half of the light doesn't work. I don't know who's in control of that. There's no way that that is going to not have a huge impact. It's already bad enough for us to try to get out of the neighborhood. And yes, people continue to cut through the neighborhood. They come off Lakeshore, Blue Heron, they cut through, they come Blue Heron, they cut through to avoid the light on 22nd Street. When there's an accident at the base of the bridge, they detour the traffic through Lakeshore all the way through. Now you've got tractor trailers, a parking garage. My point is, the more that this growth and the replotting and the rezoning, it's just bringing more and more congestion, more and more traffic, more and more accidents. It's unsafe. Please give this all into consideration. Of course we want growth. Of course we want more money to come into Riviera Beach. But it needs to be done not at the sacrifice of our neighborhood. And these studies about 30, 40 cars can come through, that is nothing. That is absolutely nothing. How many residents live there? And then you've got people coming to work in these facilities, whether it's Rybovich, Viking, the mom and pop shops. The traffic is out of control as it is now. It is dangerous. And then having to have police vehicles come in an emergency, hurricane evacuations, storms, street flooding. It is a major issue, the traffic. Please take this in consideration because it's all a trickle-down effect. The rezoning, it does affect the residential neighborhood next door. Everything they do affects us. It is a broader picture. Just because they own the property, yes, they can do whatever they want. Sure, I own my property. Can I have a rezoning, please? I own my property. Everything that happens affects us. Please keep that in mind.
Thank you, ma'am.
Manny, Xavier, Travis, Randy Davis, Balsamo, Jay Lehman, Julie Logden.
Hi, Randy, 217 East 23rd. I get the feeling that this is kind of a pointless meeting, and I didn't think that that's what the purpose was, and having people come and speak. I'm a little confused because I understand that you have to vote with the law. There's disagreement about the law here, but that's fine. I'm just surprised that all of these residents in the last meeting came and spoke. All of these residents came and spoke in this meeting. There were documents submitted. There was, neighborhood meetings that were conducted. I don't remember staff being particularly there, but and anyhow, lots of conversations, but it seems like at the end of the day, there's massive development that's happening right next to us. And yet, since they tried to take the properties for eminent domain, the city hasn't invested any money in that neighborhood. And you just have to wonder, why would a person want to live here? Why does anyone want to live here? Sure, people want to come and take the property and make money and then live somewhere else, but why the hell should I stay here? Because it doesn't seem like the city is actually taking care of its own. It's taking care of developers, but it's not taking care of its own. And I don't understand why the city is paying $2 million to bury the power lines on Broadway so we can just shove boats all the way down, up and down that corridor. But we're not actually fixing the outfalls that have been broken in that neighborhood that are polluting our waterways, that our people fish from so that they can eat food at night. And something is seriously wrong when we're fighting Fane Lozman for his floating home, and yet we can't even install a proper buffer between, what is mega yacht repair. Those engines, the facilities that make those engines make power plant stuff. I mean, this is just massive. I just can't even understand how we could be here and not even do the bare minimum. And I think there was questions about what was minimum, but you guys are changing. That's what you voted on, to change the requirement. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I am less hopeful about this city now than I ever was. And I'm not opposed to your development. I'm not. And I've tried to work with you, and I think the improvements about putting in, a restaurant, that's great. But I just don't understand why we can get by with a tiny bit of landscaping between what they're doing and where we're living. And the city can allow the streets and the traffic and the outfalls to continue to be broken and our flood problems, and yet they just greenlight this, and everything is like approve, approve, approve. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
may I ask one more time, Mr. Sherman, please explain to us about the landscaping. They keep referencing this landscaping and these walls. Have the city yet not explained to them how, I keep hearing it over and over and over and over again. It's not getting through that the city has rules and regulations. We can't just make stuff up. At least I can't make stuff up. Ma'am, you're out of order, and you will be removed if you continue it. You will be removed. I'm asking Mr. Sherman.
So if I can attempt to clarify what I think is the misunderstanding.
Can you speak into the mic? Because I
Yes,
can
ma'am.
barely hear you.
The proposed text amendment regarding landscaping allows the applicant to request a reduction in the minimum 20% landscape area of any property. This has been proffered for uses such as boat yards and marine working waterfront uses, so that they can develop and not be hindered by the code. In this case, the areas where you would have seen landscaping that there is not landscaping right now are for the most part and almost exclusively the interior of the site. The areas along the edge, the buffers and the parts of this property that are adjacent to the residential area, which is where you want to make sure you have your landscaping and buffers, those areas are intact in terms of the expected landscaping, and the applicant has even gone over and beyond that with their landscaping plan. The difference here is areas in the interior of the site where you may otherwise see landscaping on a different project. That is not the case with this one. So the front areas along Broadway, the borders of the property to the north next to the neighborhood, those areas have large amounts of landscaping, and it will be in place. But the area next to the waterfront, the area next to the boat launch park to the south, those areas do not have landscaping, where in a typical project, you may see it on all four sides. This one side is facing the water, the other is a boat launch park. So in some respects, it wouldn't even serve the purpose of buffering landscape if it was put in those areas, as well as the interior of the site. Again, there'll be maneuvering boats between the different bays, and it would not be practical to have landscaping in the interior of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to go over it one more time. We are going by the agenda that is set before us by the city of Riviera Beach. We don't make up nothing. I don't get a chance to make up the comprehensive plan. I can make recommendations to the comprehensive plan. I don't have the power to change anything. The city set forth a comprehensive plan. They're following the comprehensive plan. It's their property. I have no right to stop them from enlarging their property, or now if they're infringing over something big or what, I can say, hey, wait, I don't get it. And people have known me to stop a project in the middle of a project. But I see that they're going by the comprehensive plan that was set forth by the city. If I'm saying anything wrong, our attorney is here. She could stop me at any time to explain, but I'm not going to have people insult me when I know the comprehensive plan. Been doing it too many years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd. Yeah, Mr. Wiley needs to make a comment.
Yeah, one thing I want to address and just piggyback off what the young lady said at the end, because she makes a lot of sense, and we want people to understand at what we're working towards. I had the privilege to be able to work with everyone here, with these guys, and applaud them for working and doing what's best for the community. And like I said, some of us are born and raised here. And one thing I noticed is that I live in an area where everything was kind of cool and calm. And then after a while, now I have to watch when I back my car out of my yard on 13th Street. Why? Because I have people taking shortcuts to drop their kids off to school, right? And our complaint was, okay, we got a school here. Yes, but it's Suncoast, one of the best schools in the country, number one. And number two, hopefully some of those kids come out of there to be able to run the city one day. So it was a greater good that was being given to our community, and that's a small sacrifice that we have to make. And if the city is going to become better because of this, I think it's an idea, like someone said earlier, that we have an organization to come in to be able to make it more pleasing, make the city more comfortable, make more money, to make it was more profitable for everyone to be able to enjoy it. But we have to make some small sacrifices in between. And like I say, I don't like having to sit there 3 or 4 minutes while people just slide through my neighborhood and drop the kid off to school, because it's an easier way to do it. And I understand it, because I probably would do the same thing. But that's a sacrifice I have to live with now, because that was something that was brought. No one knocked on my door and said, Mr. Wiley, it's okay for us to put Suncoast over here. No, they bought the property. That's what they did. And guess what? Life has changes. And those changes we have to adapt to. All we're doing as a board, like Ms. Shepherd said, is that we're here following the rules and regulations that are that's inside the paperwork that the city gives us, and we follow the rules from that standpoint. Whether we agree or not, whether we like it or not, whether it's personal or not, that's not our job. Our job is to come in and make these decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley.
Mr. Chair, we still have 6 comment cards for this item.
Okay. Again, let's not repeat the same things we've been rehashing all night. If you got something new, please step up to the podium. Call them out.
Lehman,
6 hours.
Julie,
You almost being sick.
Fane Losman.
Julie Loxton, 329 East 25th. I just want to say that, first of all, I'm not opposed to this project. I think Rapids has done a lot of good things. I've been to your facility on 40th Street many times. I think it's first class. So I'm not opposed to this project at all. I do have real estate in this area. I do have a financial interest, and I want to make sure that what we're doing isn't going to have a negative impact on property values. I would love to see Riviera Beach really have the vision that I've heard about. I would love for this, the corridor to be there with retail and shopping and nice places to go. I would love to go to dinner in Riviera instead of going to Palm Beach Gardens or West Palm, because there were nice things. I mean, there's so much possibility here if we just do it the right way. And I think most of us here are not against the project. What we're concerned about is that it's done in the right way, and that we don't end up with traffic issues, that we don't end up with air pollution, that we do have, proper buffer between what's going on with the boat facility and our homes. And we don't want light shining in our eyes and noise, et cetera. Related to this specific topic, I still don't understand this 500-car garage. What are 500 jobs going to do? And if everybody lets out at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon or every day, that 34-car street will be backed up. And, and if we ever did have any nice restaurants and retail here, I don't see where they could park. Can they use the garage? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fane Losman. What I like about Safe Harbor is they bring in boats 120 feet, 150 feet, 170 feet. You can't drive those down the road. The number one thing I learned tonight, and I would like the board to consider when they make their comments to make a recommendation. Make a recommendation. If we're not taking 60, 70, 80-foot boats down trailers in those small roads. You want to build the boat? Fine. But we're going to put a requirement that you can't drive any boat over 50 foot on a trailer through these neighborhoods. We're not going to inconvenience the neighbors with these boats they think they're going to take in the 90-foot trailer. That's not going to happen. You want to build a boat over there on 15th? It comes by barge or by water to your facility. It's not coming through the neighborhoods. We can control what goes down those streets. And 90-foot tractor trailer thing to inconvenience people in the city, that's not going to happen. We put that on the ballot with a referendum. You can't have more than a 50-foot, 45-foot boat on a trailer. Safe Harbor has 120, 140-foot boats. They don't have boats running down, with 90-foot things. So your recommendation should be, we recommend city council, you need to really look at that. We take anything out of here is look at these crazy ass boats these guys want to drive through these neighborhoods. That shouldn't happen. Safe Harbor shouldn't have to accommodate a 90-foot trailer. They're here with a premier Viking Yacht facility to fix boats. These guys want to build boats. Viking thinks the world revolves around them, and it really does not. You talk about critical mass. I would make a bet that once they build out this beautiful facility, the same thing happens in West Palm Beach. West Palm Beach, they just sold a lot, a half-acre lot for $10 million, 5 houses down from their marina. That's $20 million an acre. When they build out that facility, those homes are going to go up in value. That's going to bring the new city hall. That's going to bring new housing. There's places would be worth more money 5 years from now than they are today. And what are they really asking for? Abandoned 21st Street? How many real streets are being abandoned? 21st Street. That's it. And, other little tiny vertical streets. These guys own all those properties. They look like crap right now. They're willing to build a wall, landscape it, put, 30, 40, 50 million bucks of improvements to build that out, to build up the Broadway corridor. It's going to make those houses go up in value. We have a real estate lady. It's going to be worth more money than it is now than having all these empty lots all over the place. This is a hell of a project. This is what's called critical mass. Critical mass is when you squeeze a bunch of nuclear material, it explodes miles wide. This project is going to explode the redevelopment in an area that's been blighted for a long time. We see what they've done so far. This is a great project, but to keep it going, we can't have these trailers going down the road. That should be the number1 concern that comes out of here is recommendation. We don't want anything over 45 feet going around these corners because it's just too much traffic to deal with what happened on Broadway.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jay Lehman, Bonnie Larson, Gerald Ward. The Nason. Bonnie Larson.
Forgot I put in one for Ab. Eyes are watering. Sorry. What is the subject here?
F, ma'am.
Right, but did they read it? Did I miss that? Replat from Safe Harbor. Replat.
Your time is moving, Miss.
I
She knows.
I know, I didn't.
Okay.
As soon as it rings, that's it. Done.
Refresh myself on this. I don't know. I was just wondering. I'm sorry. Forget it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gerald Ward, Nathan Nason.
Gerald Ward, 2135 Broadway. Replatting. Well, in reality, this probably ought to come after abandonment, so do you plat correctly. Avenue D versus Avenue C is a substantial issue. Why was it discussed and how was it discussed? And you're abandoning in the replat Avenue C between 21st 22nd and 22nd Court. Why? That needs to be discussed by you folks and responded to. As Bonnie has indicated, I think that the hour of the night is getting too late to be comprehensive and correct at this type of meeting. Page 15 of 342 said that there was going to be public meetings and advising all the businesses and property owners. I never got any notice. Live at the corner or have my office at the corner of 22nd and Broadway. When you read the page that I just cited, you found out that they thought it was only going to be the people that had the falsification of ownership as the ones to be contacted. So somewhere along the line, communication did fall apart, and you put up a slide saying the 15th of April, there was a meeting with about 40 people attending, but still no report of the meeting. So council needs to know that there's not as much communication from the applicant as was promised.
Davidson next. Oh.
Nathan Nason on behalf of the Viking Group. Other than to note our formal objection to this item, item F, and the next item, item G, we have nothing further to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Page? Already did that, okay. That ends public comments for item F.
Any comments from the board on item F? If not, let's move forward.
You have a card for G, Mr. Moore.
No, we're on F, sir. Okay, earlier, Ms. Davidson read the replat PA 23-0002 into the record. Do I have a motion for the replat PA 23-0002?
So moved.
Second.
Conditions.
Oh, that's right. Keep forgetting, make sure it applies to all. Mr. Pinsky already on the record agreeing to it, and Mr. Sermon's already read it out. With the conditions of the staff recommendations and conditions must be adhered to as well.
So moved.
Mr. Brown. Roll. We got a first and we got a second.
Anthony Brown,
Yes.
James Gallen,
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd,
Yes.
William Wiley,
Yes.
Frank Fernandez.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
We're on G, Ms. Davidson.
Item G, an ordinance of the City Council of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a request from Safe Harbor Marinas requesting an abandonment AB 22-0002 of the following right-of-way segments. First, a portion of Avenue C. Second, a portion of East 21st Street in Riviera Beach, Florida, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Comment cards whenever you're ready.
Mr. Greg Maury, Paige Parker, Brandy Davis Balsamo. Brandy Davis Balsamo.
I'm starting to fall asleep over here.
You're not alone, sir.
A lot 11 and a lot 11 and a lot 12.
Go ahead, sir.
They still owe me $500,000. I'm gonna make sure they pay me. I don't care how you guys vote. You can do whatever you want. That's the previous owner of the casino, of that over there. He just got the property and sold it to them. That's all he did. What he did to me, he told my boss to block me from work. He blocked me from work so he could break me from my property. And people in Massachusetts knows it. And that's how he got that property from me. And I didn't abandon the property. He intentionally did that. recklessness. Didn't care about the law. It's criminal negligence.
Thank you, sir.
All right, well, my time is not up.
But you're not talking about G, sir, but we entertained your $500,000
Is this public
loss.
comment?
This is not public comment, sir.
It's not public comment.
No, sir.
We'll come up to public comment, and then we'll talk about the rest. You know, the FBI is right here.
Okay. You got great lawyers right over here, sir.
Perfectly when we come here. You know, we need a lawyer to come here to speak, you know? I'm
Thank
from
you, sir.
Harvard University, you know, I read about laws, you know?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Davidson, who's next?
Jamie Lehman, Manny, Xavier.
Manny Xavier, 246 East 25th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida. Just go back to what some previous speakers said. We're not against the project. We're not against Rybovich being here. We're just wondering what their scope of business is going to affect us. And we just, want some answers. We're just looking out for our investments. They have an investment. We have an investment as well. And I know this is part of a comprehensive plan, but nowhere in the comprehensive plan does it say that you must abandon streets because people own properties. If it does, show that to the audience. So when we ask questions, we just want to get answers so that we can learn, and we're just looking out for our best interests. That's all we're doing. They're looking out for theirs, we're looking out for ours, okay? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nora Mahoney.
Nora Mahoney, 2120 Broadway. Well, there is a solution for a problem, 22nd floor, right? The reason that we had a right of way by the city of Riviera Beach in 21st Street, Avenue C, 22nd Street on the back of his property is because we need to have a circulation and on traffic. 22nd court is going to be used as a US 1, as a future I-95, because everybody's going to try to enter there. But if we had a circulation between 21st Street on the back of the building, on the back of the other building that they own in Avenue C, and go back on 22nd Street, that would be no problem because that was used for that. When they closed 19th Street, Abandonment of the street because Rybovich at that time, or Huizenga purchased the two properties on both sides, and the only thing they said they're going to invest $10 million, they gave it to them because they own the property. But because of problem for traffic, every time that you go to 19th Street in the traffic light and you want to turn, you have to go all the way down, turn to the media so you can go back to U1 going north. So why are we giving a lot of right of way? I mean, it's a circulation of traffic. That's why we have it. Let the residents live where they are, Franco. If they have a problem with future traffic, you have the hump or the bumpers. Instead of 30, go 25, and you solve part of the problem. So I have a picture that when one of the big boats tried to come from the south to the north going to 22nd Street, right? Had to go all the way down, going south, taking the other road because they couldn't turn. So I said that was a cause of a problem. The other thing is that 22nd Street and the traffic line going west, right? There's a lot of holes on the road. Who's going to maintain that? Is the city supposed to maintain that for years? You go over there, you're going to see a lot of holes on the road. Many years ago, I think it was in 2004, they make a hole over there on the road, and you can see the water. It was like this. I said, what's going on? Somebody going fishing or something? I saw the water over there. So you're going to redo the road. So the big trucks or whoever comes over there, you have to be well built. They took some time, the heat here in the summertime, the pavement, everything goes down and got softer. That's what is going to happen. So make sure that everything that you build is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney.
Brandy Davis Balsamo, Fane Lozman, Bonnie Larson, and Gerald Ward.
All right, so this is gonna be my last comment, and you know where I live, 217 East 23rd Street. Not sure I'm gonna be staying. I know Fane is very optimistic, but honestly, I'm not. I think that, you know, when you give up a road, and I understand the request to give up a road, you've already given up a road. The Treasure Regional Council, so Treasure Coast Regional Council says, hey, Riviera Beach has great grid system, don't give up your roads. And here we're just checking off, give up road, give up road. So we're gonna have more and more traffic problems, and I understand that. But instead of doing a comprehensive analysis to understand impact on Broadway, impact to the neighborhood, impact to that whole corner there, even people coming off the island, we're just saying it's okay. And I don't understand how we can really talk about solutions and traffic calming if we don't have a proper analysis of an outside third party that explores beyond the campus of Rybovich and Safe Harbor. So that's the point that I'm trying to make, is I don't understand why the city did not request a comprehensive traffic analysis that went beyond the campus, because interior to the campus, yeah, that's their property. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about little kids being in danger. And this has been happening for years. Our neighborhood has not been safe, and pets have been killed on the streets. And it's them coming through the neighborhood as well as other traffic. And yet no one is doing anything about it. If you don't do an analysis, you can't even think about impact to the neighborhood and how you can make improvements to that area. So in essence, we're just making it worse. And that's the adverse effect that we're talking about. And that's what's really puzzling in this scenario, is that, yeah, we're not against development, but why wouldn't you just require the analysis to make sure that we're coming up with a solution, so in the future, we come up with the best possible solution for the people and for the business, and not just the business, and kind of let the public just deal with it, which it sounds like that's kind of what we're doing here. And I think that's what's going to cause people not to want to invest and, you know, really bring that neighborhood up to where it should be, because it's waterfront, because they see the city doesn't invest. The city doesn't do the right thing. It doesn't do the analysis. And that's really surprising to me. So I don't think we're going to get the type of people who want to spend the money to upgrade those homes and really bring that neighborhood up, because Riviera Beach is just not, it's not really doing right by the people. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, before Mr. Lozman go, I think we have a, what is the guy that do the analysis of the city? Our engineer. We have our engineer. And I think our engineer has people come out and do the traffic study. Am I right or wrong? How does that work? Because we keep making these things up as we go, and people on Channel 18 are hearing these things, and I don't want things to get out that's not true. But they have an engineer, and Gerald Ward is an engineer, one of the best engineers. So let us clear the air with some of these assumptions. We have an engineer.
Yes, ma'am, I can respond on that. As far as traffic is related on this project, multiple engineers have looked at it, as well as agencies inside and outside of the city. Yes, our city engineer takes a look at their traffic study as it relates to this, but also the Florida Department of Transportation has looked at this project. Palm Beach County Traffic Division has looked at this project as well. All of them have licensed traffic engineers to verify that what's being proposed will not create unacceptable levels of service on our roadways.
How about FDOT?
Yes, ma'am, they have looked at it as well.
Okay, and how about the fire and the police? Don't they have to weigh in they can't just come in and say, we're gonna cut this street out and cut that street without this going through the engineers of our great city.
That's
Is that
correct. Engineers as well as
Services of fire department.
Okay. We need to stop. This is absolutely outrageous that you're saying that we're incapable of knowing that these studies are being done. We sit here, we read it, we know who come in, we know we have someone looking at the books. We don't just make this stuff up to make them comfortable. That's not our job to make them comfortable. They are here in the city asking for special exceptions. We either can say yes or no. But please don't make this stuff up. Thank you, Mr. Lozman. I'm sorry.
All yours, sir, for the next 3 minutes.
Thane Lozman. There's something called unclean hands. I mean, if you've done something, you can't say, oh, well, I don't want my neighbor to do it. Viking has unclean hands. I'm going to tell you why. 21st Street, they bought on both sides of 21st Street. And so on 21st Street, where their facility is, they bought the north side of the street, the south side of the street. So how did they close that in? They got their section of 21st Street abandoned. I fought them on that. Why? Because at the end of that street, it was owned by the trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of Florida. So it was owned by the state. And I guess the state had owned it because when there was a lot of houses there, they wanted to make sure the residents could go down the end of 21st Street, go fishing, unload their fish, whatever it was. So that was owned by the state. And Viking went and got the state to sign off that you could use their property, and then the city abandoned it. So here they are whining about, like, we own 21st Street abandoned when they got their section of 21st Street abandoned. So I would say, who gives a damn what Viking wants? They can't whine about no one else abandoning 21st Street, where they themselves got it abandoned to put both sides of the street together for their facility. The biggest thing, I'm going to repeat it again, we need to have a restriction, Ms. Shepherd, on how big a trailer can go down the road out of Viking's facility. 50 feet, like a tractor trailer. That's it. Because if we don't get that clear, and you got a 90-foot trailer going around these little neighborhoods, that's the recommendation should come out of here. When you talk among yourselves and say, we're going to recommend that, that's what needs to be looked at traffic study. That's the smoking gun. We don't want a 90-foot or 80-foot or 70-foot tractor trailer trying to make turns out of Viking's facility on a Broadway and then going back there. There needs to be a prohibition on how big a trailer can go through these neighborhoods. But it's important to realize, you go look up, go ask your legal person to go dig it out, or we'll ask the city council. They went to the state, they got the state to sign off, and then the city signed off on abandoning both sides of 21st Street for their facility, and they have unclean hands. They don't have any standing to challenge the abandonment of 21st Street for Safe Harbor. Again, Safe Harbor brings in 120, 150-foot, 170-foot boats by water. Nothing comes by trailer. We're arguing about 90-foot trails going through the neighborhood. You say, Viking, you can't do it. You want to bring your boats in there, you do it just like Safe Harbor does. Everything comes in by water, so we don't inconvenience people and create a disaster. We can have a 5-hour traffic jam in one of their trailer jackknives again.
Thank you, sir.
Bonnie Larson, Gerald Ward, Greg Morey.
Bonnie Larson, Thane Lozman just brought up a good point, because I've talked to people who live over there. I have a friend on 24th Street, and they said their street is getting full of potholes. They said all kinds of big trailers, heavy boats, whatever, coming down our street. Those streets are old. They're not in good shape anyway. It takes a long time to get them fixed, and who's going to have to pay for it? That's us. We're going to have to pay because they bring in those big, heavy equipment, boats, trailers, whatever. So let's make that a point. Let's make that a point. Could you explain this to me? It said, okay, sometimes, a lot of times, instead of saying a street, they call it a right-of-way. They're going to abandon something. Sounds a little better, you know. But okay, so now the request, doesn't have to be, but it's a request. The following streets, a section of Avenue C, doesn't say where, and a portion of East 21st Street, doesn't say where. Why do they need that? Why do we need to abandon those streets, those portions of streets? Where are they, and why do we need to abandon them? We're cutting off everything we own, cutting off all our access to the water. Why? Why are we abandoning all these things? Because somebody wants it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gerald Ward, 2135 Broadway. I obviously, under the last replat item, addressed the abandonment because that's part of a replat. And again, there was no answer to why abandoning Avenue C versus the bogus moniker Avenue D, which is really a 48-foot at the max wide alley. And that truly is an evaluation factor that this board needs to understand. There certainly could be more parking on Avenue C. There could be more access for the citizens of the residential area. And second, that the plats, I failed to mention, should always include permanent easements that have already been granted within that area. So it's comprehensive. And I think that the CDEC director indicated that this item of replat and abandonment may not have been fully vetted, so that it shouldn't go to council until the technical corrections are made.
Thank you, sir. We're on G, sir, not public comment. You have anything?
No, we're talking about number G, abandonment.
You got it.
Filled out the card correctly.
Gotcha.
All right, abandonment. I did not abandon my property in the way that he got it from me, and that's a lawyer right there. You're a lawyer, intentionally. Reckless, this is criminal negligence. He called my boss up to block me from working up in Massachusetts. I haven't had a job in 12 years. That's how he got it. He broke me from my property. It's very serious. If you were to read everything that I gave you, you would understand. That's what he did. Still,
Sir, I hate to stop you.
Abandonment.
That has nothing to do with G.
Abandonment.
I'm talking about this G.
Yeah, abandonment right here that I filled out the card. Abandonment. To abandon your property is to leave it. I didn't leave my property. Okay? He did something to get it. That's very serious. Well, how did he? I wouldn't sell it because I know who I'm the oldest family in Palm Beach. Why would I sell my property? I knew that. I knew 75 commercial fishermen on lot 11 and lot 12. If you read it, that's where they incorporated the city. They did not abandon my property. He told my boss to block me from working. That's criminal negligence. He intended to do that. I live next to Harvard University with all the lawyers in the country. I read the laws, a law. He intended to call my boss. I did not abandon my property. If you can't pay your taxes, they foreclose on you in Massachusetts. That's what they do here. That's what they do there. It's very serious what he did. This guy here.
We got the picture. In the picture. We saw the picture, sir. We got everything. Is there anything else?
Your public comment then.
Appreciate it.
Just turn one page.
Appreciate it, sir. Ms. Davidson, is there anybody else on G? Comment cards.
No, sir. That's the end of the item, comment cards for item G.
Does the board, anybody on the board have any comments on G? No one? Okay, that being said, Ms. Davidson earlier read in abandonment AB 22-0002 into the record. Do I have a motion to accept AB 22-002 with the staff recommendations and conditions?
So move.
Second.
Anthony Brown,
Yes.
James Gallen,
Yes.
Margaret Shepherd. Yes. William Wiley. Frank Fernandez.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. You sure it's not an H in there?
There isn't.
Okay, with that being said, any workshop items, ma'am?
None.
General discussion, again, general discussion on something that we have not covered already. If you have anything new to bring to this, our city, please let us know. New.
Mike Mahoney, Nora Mahoney, Bonnie Larson, Gerald Ward, Greg Morey.
I'm sorry, is this public comment?
Yes, sir, it is public comment.
Can I just comment about 27th Street?
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted to say a few things, reiterate what Margaret Shepherd said. You know, I've been coming to meetings as long as she has.
Thank
I've
you,
been
man.
here
I
60
appreciate
years.
that.
And there's
Thank you.
procedures.
Have a
right,
good
to
night.
operate. Attorneys, when they have a plan or something, you know, they are allowed to come back, ask questions, answer questions. Some of these people have probably never been to a meeting before in their life. I've been to plenty of them. Anyways, the other thing is the parking on 22nd Street is important. I saw the plan, again, what they proposed, Safe Harbor. I love the idea of the sidewalks, the lighting, and if there's some possible way we could incorporate some parking along there. You know, Margaret Shepherd, I thank you and Mr. Sherman's referring to us as having problems with parking for many years. And we have, since we've been in Riviera Beach, these T-shirts. For 20 years, I've been fighting for parking and I haven't got it yet. So, you know, my customers come in there, police chiefs come in there, city manager, they ask me where my parking's at. I have to tell them I don't have any parking. How do I operate in a city paying taxes for 30 years, 2 properties, and I don't have parking for my customers? So I'm glad Safe Harbor has bought properties next to me. I think they'll clean that up because, you know, they own most of that 22nd Street now. So they can drive along there. Again, I'd love to talk to them. The streets in dire repair, potholes like my wife referred to. Somebody needs to come out and look at it. Maybe you're waiting until Safe Harbor takes possession of the property. I don't know. But again, I'm going to keep fighting the parking issue. You know, hopefully something will work out with that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It will.
Nora Mahoney, 2120 Broadway. Well, one of the things that I would like to discuss is about, you know, what happened to Solitron. Nobody monitored the company, and they were disposing all these chemicals or whatever they were doing on the water. I would like to know if everybody checked where the water, I mean, when they wash the boats or they do whatever, did they recycle the water so they can use it again? Or they place it into the water, they place it into the ocean? I don't know. I just heard the news about the algae coming to Everglades and now coming back to the beach. So hopefully it will not happen again. The other thing is, when the big boats come here, you know, the big yachts, they come from Singapore, Thailand, and all these places. We were having problems with the Asian termites. So we need to check our properties because we found a lot of that. They eat the concrete. They don't eat only the wood, concrete. And we had to be careful with that because we can have it all over Riviera Beach and you don't know. The other thing is, many years ago, I think it was in 1999, a young guy who wanted to do a project here in Riviera Beach, especially in the marina, he wanted to create something small for the children and the parents and create some sailboats, you know, had the initiative to do something between the family. I was wondering if that project can be done, if they say that they have scholarships and all kinds of events for the family, if they can do something about sailboats, something small. I'm not talking about big yachts, something small that the children can learn, especially in the marine industry. So they feel happy and they can be involved with that. There's something that I place it to you so you can check it out with both of them, they can do it. That would be nice. I'm not getting younger, so I would like to see something done, especially for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gerald Ward, Bonnie Larson.
Can I just say one thing before?
Everybody, Ms. Shepherd has a, go ahead, Ms. Shepherd.
Yeah, just one thing. We need to thank the Mahoneys. They are the ones that lobbied for planning and zoning to come to Channel 18. And I mean, they did it for years and years and years. So we're here now. And I just thank them for persistence and coming here, making sure planning and zoning is being taped. So
Thank you, Mahoney's.
Thank you, Mahoney's.
From these t-shirts.
I was telling them about the planning and zoning that you all talked about over and over. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ward.
Gerald Ward, 22, 30, at this hour. 23:57, which is 3 minutes short of midnight, and I've never been to the planning and zoning meeting in this city at this time of night ever.
Me either.
I seriously believe that you need to recommend to the director that the transcript be made available for the council before it goes to council. So it can't be quick to the next meeting, but it certainly could be, the last transcript was available within a reasonable period of time. Responses were after the first first three of the items were nil from staff tonight. So the points that were made, some of them were very valid, and they need to be available for council. This is a board of recommendations. And then lastly, there were people complaining about the lack of maintenance, particularly in the residential area and in the new working waterfront. Unfortunately, I was around, and at 1986, when the first draft of the Inland Harbor Plan came out, we proposed working waterfront all the way up to Blue Heron, except for the Blue Heron corridor. And that was defeated by a massive outbringing of the residents of this area, which you still hear tonight. So they proposed keeping it residential. By the time the plan came out, that was removed, and CDIC in 1987 said, why would we want to do in the CRA area any maintenance? So the areas that you heard about drainage problems have had zilch in maintenance. A lot of no pavement restoration in that area has occurred. So they have valid complaints that we have not done as a city, because we thought that it was going to be condemned back then. Then later on, that the CRA would get master developers, Viking being one of them, in the latter part of this century, or first part of this century. So there are lots of problems that have real issues tonight, and history of the town has yet to get the development that occurred in West Palm Beach residential.
Ms. Davidson, who's next on the public comment?
All right, so here we are again. Since I know, I thought you said Mr.
Ms. Davidson.
Bonnie Larson, public comments. There were a lot of, pardon me? There were a lot of questions asked at the last P&Z meeting, which I attended, but I didn't hear them answered tonight. There were a lot of questions. So maybe you heard them and we didn't. My question now is, how can we have access to the backup that you have? I heard it's 800 pages or something like that. Don't know all that. But can't download 800 pages at a time. Is there some way it can be broken up so that if we want to be aware of it, we can download it at home? That's my request. The potholes, I've heard a lot of people talk about the potholes, and I talked about it too, but, oh, several years ago, we talked about if there was a bus station, that on new properties, they would have to have a cutout for a bus to go into the property, especially along Broadway, because it's 2-lane on Broadway, and when that bus stops, you're stuck. So that was a recommendation years ago, and I think they passed it, that there be a cutout there for buses on Broadway, and this would be applied to this property.
Leaving all this till tomorrow.
565 square space garage. We're not gonna have that many employees at the same time, so who else is gonna be using this garage? Maybe it'll be used for something else. I know when Rybovich wanted to put this type of situation at our public marina, they also wanted to put housing there for their workers. Kind of like extended stay or whatever they call it. So when the employees come in for Safe Harbor from all around the world, where are they going to stay? Where are they going to eat? What are they going to do? How is this going to benefit? I'm just wondering some benefits to Riviera Beach. They said maybe a restaurant or something down there, but there's no parking for a restaurant. So that's what I'm wondering. Where are their staff going to be housed? And I guess I'll let it go at that. So, Mr. Sherman's office, I was asking, who are the staff in his office? And I guess one more question. If all these things are in the comprehensive plan already, we could have cut this agenda way down because there were some requests, which we didn't have to approve, but we're requesting we do certain things. That's not in the comprehensive plan. But if all this was in the comprehensive plan that they could do it, why were we here discussing all that if it had to be okay? Thank you.
Public comment. So my property, lot 11 and lot 12, I didn't abandon it. It's what he did to me to get it. And I proved it to very serious people. Maybe you guys don't believe me. That's okay. But we're going on with this case. Because what he did was intentionally recklessness is criminal negligence. I proved it to, let's just say Vicky Kennedy. That's Vicky Kennedy. That's an ambassador. I proved it to her. She believes what I'm saying. That's what he did. And they know what they did. My boss that blocked me from working, he lost his job. He doesn't have a job anymore. And the city manager tried to foreclose on me. Anything to get that property from me. Debbie Watchman-Schultz believes me. That's why she's taking a picture with me at the Democratic headquarters in D.C., right there. That's Carlos Videra that owned that. He couldn't wait to get the property and sell it to them over there. What did you buy my property from Carlos Videra for? I mean, that's a simple question, right? Very simple. I proved it to Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey. So we're going to do this again. I proved it to very serious people. They believe me. So, and the FBI believe me. I still got another 1 minute and 36 seconds.
We'll wrap it up,
legally.
sir.
We do everything legally, Frankie. This is the federal guidelines right here. If you read this, I don't think you are, but I hope you do read it, okay? Because the federal guidelines right there, my name is Maury, 1930, proved that I'm the oldest family in Palm Beach. So I don't believe anybody in Riviera anymore. I just don't believe any of the city officials. So I went to the FBI. So I'm going to be elected as a city official so I can subpoena in Carlos Videra. You can subpoena him in as a city official. You can't do it as a common citizen. You have to have the credentials. So I'm working on my credentials. I got everybody up there endorsing me. I still got 43 seconds to go. Came from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Abbott Square. Comptown, USA. This is all the historical stuff. They bulldoze all the historical stuff down. Right there, they believe me. We'll do it. 26 seconds to go, and I'm going back to Boston. They don't do this stuff. What you guys do here, the city council, they don't do that up there. They know I proved it, That's it. This guy, he's getting away with everything. I'm telling you. They know it. Like, hey, what did you buy my property for? 11 and 12.
Sir, it's been a great evening.
6 minutes.
6 seconds, 3, 2, 1, and thank you so very, very much.
All right, so we're gonna subpoena you in, Frank.
You got it, brother.
We're gonna get you, baby.
We're gonna get all subpoenaed.
Bring it right to you.
It won't be the first time. Thank you, sir.
Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Thank you very much.
Joe Biden's gonna win this election, and your governor's going down.
Any staff updates?
No, sir.
No, okay. Correspondence? There's no correspondence, zoning board comments. Any comments from anyone here?
Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Sermons, I hope somebody is gonna look into the damage that was done by that 18-wheeler out there on the Blue Heron.
It is on our radar now. We will take a look at it.
And we also need to look into these boats traveling on these trailers.
Yeah, that's something maybe you should refer to someone to look into an ordinance, because 91-foot trail, I don't even know how the heck you're gonna make a
We'll
U-turn.
get us in here.
There's no way. So that's something for your shop to start looking into it. And city council wants to take it up.
We will
it's
get with
fine.
Public Works on that as well.
All right, thanks.
If there's nothing else to be said, it is now May 26, 12:07 a.m. Thank you so very much for everybody attending. Get to the least part public.